Good morning, Janice.
Morning.
Oh,
As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted at the michigan.gov/MICRC website. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after this meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
good morning.
Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during our roll call that you're attending remotely. And unless your absence is due to military, announce your physical location by stating your county, city, township, or village and the state that you're attending the meeting remotely from. I will start with Commissioner Elaine Andrade.
Here from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Donna Callahan.
Present from Mount Airy, attending remotely from Mount Airy, North Carolina.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Stephen Lett.
Present, attending from Lee County, Florida.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present from Lincoln Park, Michigan, remotely.
Cynthia Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Rebecca Zatella.
She's having technical difficulties.
Okay, thank you, Executive Director Woods. We'll get her when we come back around. Thank you. Janice Billette.
Here, attending remotely from Highland Township, Michigan.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
We're going to go back to Rebecca Zatella. I'm going to go back to Aaron Wagner. Madam Chair, we have 11 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Move. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Juanita Curry. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please, of adopting the meeting agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, hearing none, then the ayes prevail and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III will review the public comment guidelines. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Addressing the commission, all comments shall be directed to the commission as a whole, not any one individual or commissioner. Speakers are requested to address items on the agenda or topics relevant to the redistricting work of the MICRC. Speakers are requested to indicate if they are speaking to a particular district, which district they are speaking to. No person other than members of the chairperson may warn any person or curtail an opportunity to speak for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, for redundancy within their comment, for speaking more than the allotted time, or for technical issues, or for failure to address remarks of the commission. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to stop speaking. The chairperson may take action to address such remarks, which may include a warning, a clarification, a request for the person to stop speaking, or to be ruled out of order. If any person becomes loud or unruly, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and may forfeit the person's opportunity to speak further, and that person shall immediately cease their remarks. Any attendee or whoever is speaking at the direction of the chairperson for a breach of the peace actually committed at the meeting will be dismissed.
Thank you, Director Woods. I actually thought that we had a discussion earlier on when we were mapping the first time that not just the chair, but any commissioner could do any of those things.
Right, but the chair would be the one who is hosting the meeting when someone's speaking at the mic. As far as the commissioners, they should be following the code of conduct like all of us should.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I would like to, Madam Chair, I would like to acknowledge Commissioner Rebecca Zatello's presence. Rebecca, we just need you to share where you're calling in from, please, ma'am.
Yep, calling in remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You now have 12, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Vice Chair Janice Follett will facilitate the public comment portion of today's agenda.
Good morning, everyone. Without objection, without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to the agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with the public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by name or by the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you from 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the public comment period at a later date. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to speak for the public comment is Mr. Gallant. James Gallant.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair. I don't know who that was speaking, but it did not sound like Secretary Benson, and the Constitution requires that Secretary Benson be the secretary without a vote. You cannot have a meeting without a secretary. This is a violation of a fundamental parliamentary common law in America. And I think that we have a little more, and now you need to have a motion before you have any debate. That's page 3666, line 8. Shall be no debate before there's a motion with a proper second to approve a specific action, approve these maps. So you should have it first. This is completely backwards. Commissioner Zatella said you were, I think she mentioned how the agenda has changed. You used to let us have more discussion and amendments before you made the motion for the approving the agenda. And that was true. And guess what? That was a violation of the rules. And now it appears we have more evidence that Commissioner Eid is actually, and I believe it is, that he's affiliated with the Democratic Party. It's because Mr. Steve Liedel. How did he get Steve Liedel to be his attorney? And that guy shows up. He's a top-notch lawyer. I see him at the State Board of Canvassers meeting, and he's the one that suggested on the behalf of a client, it appeared, is my opinion, that he appeared to say that parliamentary law does not apply to public bodies in Michigan because you're not parliamentary bodies, which is completely insane delusion, because it's the Attorney General acknowledges parliamentary law, and the Secretary of State has instructed you have to follow parliamentary procedure in Robert's Rules of Order. That was your one instruction. You must follow Robert's rules under our Constitution. So please consider that, Madam Chair, that you are the one responsible now. You are the one, like she said, you are the one assigning the floor. You don't even know what the rules are here because you don't know the backdoor deals that these people have all made, and they're just telling you what the answer is. And you're the chair. You're supposed to be telling them. And that's how it works in America. So I think you need training. I think we all need training on Robert's Rules of Order, and the motion first, second, discussion, and then vote every single time. It always has to happen. It always has to be.
Your allotted time has ended. Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you. You are now
Hello,
unmuted.
can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, folks. It's good to speak with you all again, and to the new commissioners. I'm glad to have you, and I hope that you are as excellent as the commissioners who departed. For those who don't know, and for those who do, have spoken up on behalf of my home community and trying to obtain representation that reflects the community of interest where I live, which is suburbs along Lake St. Clair, specifically the Grosse Pointe communities, but including all the suburbs along Lake St. Clair. And I think that specifically as you all are mapping, my current State House district is District 10. It includes all the Grosse Pointes and the waterfront heading into downtown Detroit, which I thought reasonably represented a community of interest in terms of waterfront communities. However, as the district has been struck down, in the neighboring District 11 includes a sizable portion of St. Clair Shores, I think an even better community of interest could be represented in a new district that includes the 5 Grosse Pointes and the portion of St. Clair Shores that is currently in State House District 11. It would have over 89,000 residents, which is practically perfect in terms of the size of the district. And in terms of community of interest, I don't think you could do much better. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line, Christopher Gilmer Hill.
That participant is not present.
Well, that concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, especially if you'd like to share ways that sorry, it's ended. I don't know what those. Thank you, everyone, for public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Villette. Next on the agenda is presentation impacting mapping. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Secretary Sarah Reinhardt to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
Good morning, commissioners. As we are returning to mapping sessions, I thought it might be helpful for us to quickly review your previously adopted mapping process and procedures. It's been some time since we've gone over this, as it was most recently adopted December 28th of 2021 and pertains to specific time periods of mapping during your initial phase of mapping in 2021. So we can revisit this really quickly and go through some key terms and definitions. And then if the commission would like to adopt this mapping process again, you're welcome to do so. If you have changes or adjustments that you would like to make to it, you're also welcome to propose that and discuss that at this time. So without further ado, actually quickly before we get started, I do see that Commissioner Wagner has joined. Commissioner Wagner, can you share where you're joining remotely from?
I'm attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, I will now share my screen. Zoom in. Can everyone see the mapping process and procedures?
Yes.
Great. All right. So as you can see, we start here with key terms and definitions. Many of these you are already aware of, but there are a few that I would like to go over just so we're on the same page regarding map versions and definitions as we ascribed specific definitions to some of these versions of maps here. So draft maps are initial maps drafted by the commission prior to public hearings. Alternate drafts are a draft map put forth for consideration by an individual commissioner during the draft map period. And I think that those are really the only two that I wanted to go over today. I think you all are familiar with this, but just to re-review for the benefit of commissioners and members of the public, there's constitutionally required mapping criteria in rank order. Commissioner Satella?
Could you just repeat what you just said about the individual versus collaborative? Was that a change or you're just rereading what it was originally?
Yeah, just rereading what it was originally. We provided these definitions so that when we're referring to the different versions of maps, commissioners would understand like where they originate from and where they kind of are in the process of being developed. So again, this is just kind of at this point, like proposed definitions for the commission's review based on what was previously adopted. But if you'd like to propose a change to that, you're welcome to. And I have even a Word document that I can bring up after we go through all of these or go through this document. And if you have any proposed changes, we can make them like right now. So just to revisit, draft maps are initial maps drafted by the commission prior to public hearings, and alternate drafts are draft maps put forth for consideration by an individual commissioner during the draft map period. And there's a little more on that in the process later that might help clarify the difference between the two.
Okay, but again, I'm just trying to, these are new definitions that you added?
No, these are from the
original. Okay.
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, so this is your mapping criteria in rank order. And number 1, districts shall be of equal population as mandated by the United States Constitution and shall comply with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws. Districts shall be geographically contiguous. Island areas are considered to be contiguous by land to the county of which they are a part of. Districts shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest. Districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. Districts shall not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or candidate. Districts shall reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries, and districts shall be reasonably compact. And as a reminder, there was a helpful table in this guide that contained the ideal district size. And as you can see, the asterisk here indicates district count set by the Michigan Constitution. So for State House, these are the numbers that we're looking at with the outline deviation that I believe the commission selected last time. So these are outdated mapping schedules from 2021. So we'll kind of skip through those. And we'll come here. So this is the mapping session process that, as I said, the commission had previously adopted. So these are things that would occur prior to a mapping sessions that commissioners, it's recommended for you all to do before coming to a mapping session. So first is research and review of the particular area that the commission will have or will be mapping. And considerations for that preparation include reviewing the constitutional criteria that we just reviewed, reviewing COIs from public comment, so communities of interest, COIs, reviewing any like census data that or population data that pertains to that particular area. And considering also, are there any additional communities of interest that should be considered that are not mentioned in public comment? Also, it's helpful to familiarize yourself with the area generally, including landmarks, regional boundaries, or geographic or topographic details. So another option that commissioners have prior to a mapping session is to develop their own draft maps. So commissioners can, but are not required to make their own individually drafted maps for sharing during a public mapping meeting. Individual maps, again, they're not required, totally optional. So don't feel like you have to draw an individual map before every mapping session, but you're welcome to if you would like to. To maintain public transparency and trust, commissioners should not share individually drafted district maps with other commissioners or collaboratively draft district maps prior to the public meeting. The commission is constitutionally required to draw district maps during public meetings. And commissioners who have produced individual maps they intend to share with the commission during a public meeting, just notify your staff, EDS, which is your mappers, and the secretary, which is me, at least one day prior to the scheduled mapping session for that area. And that's just so we can upload your map online so that the public is able to view it. And that way, when you're presenting it during a public meeting, the public also has access to it by that time. So that's before a mapping session. So this is really the process for during a mapping session. And again, most of this here has to do with the 2021 timeline. So I'll skip that and just go directly into one. So the first thing during a mapping session, when we first start, the chairperson will announce the area and district types. So for today's mapping session, for example, that would be the Detroit area and house maps that would be worked on. Once that's announced for just like the public record and public knowledge, so they know kind of where we're at, which sounds like, you know, that'll be mostly where we're at for the most part during this period. EDS, your mappers, will open and display the mapping software to show the area being discussed. And anytime we resume from breaks, the chairperson will repeat that information for the public benefit. Collaborative line drawing sessions. So you all may be familiar, remember this process from when you did it way back when. The commission will choose an area of the state to begin with, or an area in the districts that you have been assigned to redraw. And you may consider within that area densely populated areas versus less densely populated areas, or barriers. It's really up to you to pick where you'd like to begin. So the collaborative mapping process is how you go around between commissioners to draw the lines. So this will really follow a similar process to how roll call votes are done, where we start alphabetically and go in order of commissioners. So a first commissioner would be selected by alphabetical order to begin drawing the first district line. Commissioners can pass if they would prefer not to go, but you're encouraged not to, as this is a collaborative mapping session. So each commissioner is encouraged to contribute and take a turn. And commissioners can also elect, instead of drawing a map from scratch, if they have an alternative district map that's been drawn by a different commissioner, or if they have a draft map that they've created prior to the meeting that they would like to start with as a kind of a baseline, they're welcome to do that. So that commissioner who's selected to draw that district will begin the line drawing process. And the chairperson or vice chairperson will help facilitate the discussion between commissioners regarding the placement or adjustment of proposed lines. And the chairperson or vice chairperson can instruct EDS to make proposed adjustments based on the discussion of the full commission. So again, these are just some considerations to keep in mind whenever drawing or adjusting lines. And after the initial district line is drawn, subsequent district line drawing may require the commission to go back and adjust lines. As you all know, when you draw the new lines, it impacts all the lines around it. So that's always something that's possible for the commission to do. As the lines are being drawn, you'll review proposed COIs. And you'll consult with any consultants that are available as you're drawing the lines or after lines are drawn, in keeping with the process. As you're going, I may prompt you with questions about why lines are being drawn a certain way, or as you're going, you may describe your thinking behind drawing the lines. So that our staff can keep record of like rationale for why lines are drawn a specific way. And then Commissioner Sotelo, this is the piece about alternate drafts. If you recall, commissioners often, when lines were being drawn, had thoughts about, well, like, what if we drew it a little bit differently after districts were drawn? So an alternate draft is what we're referring to when commissioners, after a district is completed, if a commissioner would like to see how it would look drawn a little bit differently, they can request an alternate draft. And you can do that one of two ways. You can do it by asking EDS to assist with drawing an alternate draft live during a meeting. Or if you have the software on your computer, you can draw it yourself and then submit it to be publicly posted. So if you were to do it during a public meeting, it would go a little bit like this. After the commission finalizes a single district, upon recognition by the chairperson or vice chairperson, the individual who requested an alternate map may direct EDS on how to draw their alternative map of the district. The drawing of an alternate map will not occur simultaneously with collaborative mapping. So you would need to wait until after the district that you're wanting to draw differently, the collaborative session for drawing that is done, and then request an alternate be drawn. Again, or you can do it on your independently on your own computer with mapping software. And then this is has to do with the naming convention for how different districts will be named and recorded. Since there are multiple versions, it's helpful to keep track of it in this way. And then this just says the above process will be followed until all areas are completed. All right, so that is the currently adopted collaborative mapping session. Do any commissioners have questions or proposed edits?
I assume you'll take all the past dates out of that document?
Yes. So I do have a kind of updated version that has taken out all of the older dates. Can you see my screen correctly? Yes. Okay. So if you were to adopt this, this would be adopted as of today, and I would update this date. So this is a very simplified version of that document, which links to your current mapping session schedule, and has all of that information as it was just listed, with the exception of any old 2021 dates that were included. So if there were parts of the process that you wanted to change, you can either adjust them here in this document, and then adopt the document as amended or the process as amended. Or of course, and as the commission did frequently during the last mapping session, you can always vote to, suspend the process and make adjustments through that means.
Commissioner Orton,
Thank you, Sarah. Yes.
if we
Director
can,
Woods.
our local counsel, Nate Fink, is on. If he's able to provide some feedback, please.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fink.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you very briefly. The document that was just presented, the mapping process and procedures, I know is the document that had been adopted by the commission during its 2021 mapping sessions. And to the extent that anything in this document, or frankly, any other documents that you're considering, says explicitly or implies that you could be considering race in your line drawing process, you must disregard that. And you, as the commission has already voted in its last meeting, and as the court has explicitly instructed, the commission shall not consider race and draw lines based on race during this mapping process. And we can do perhaps a review of the mapping process document itself and provide some suggested edits to the extent that they're appropriate. And I'm not sure that there's explicit references here that that are of concern, but to the extent that there's in any way an implication or a suggestion that you should be or can be considering race in this line drawing process, you must disregard that and not do so. And so I just wanted to make that statement right here. And beyond that, there's discussion of communities of interest. You can still absolutely, of course, consider communities of interest. But in doing so, you cannot consider race while considering those communities of interest. So I just wanted to make that statement, and we're certainly here to support you in any way that we possibly can, but just wanted to jump in on that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Nate or Sarah? Okay, I just have a question. So before we would adopt this document, local council wants some time to review it and bring it back to us. Question.
Oh, was that posed to me?
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman? Yeah, I mean, I think that if we're given an opportunity just to provide some feedback, and there may be just some minor tweaks overall, we may just say, again, just be conscious of the fact that you cannot consider race in the line drawing process. So yes, the answer to your question is if we could have an opportunity to do a review of that, and we could propose some suggested changes that for the commission's consideration.
Okay.
And, you know, the document, just in sort of reviewing it as it's here live, it says that, that you have to comply with the VRA, which is not part of the consideration at this time. As you know, the commission voted to do the line drawing, so-called race blind, and then at the end, there will be a review of the map that is before it's issued for public comment and submitted to the court. There'll be the VRA review conducted. But as you're moving through this process, as you're starting your mapping today, you cannot have that as part of your consideration. You cannot be considering race. And so we do want to make sure that we address those issues in the document before it's formally adopted for your mapping process that you're going to be going through.
Okay, so we will revisit this after you've had a chance to review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, next on the agenda is our collaborative mapping process. So, well, it looks like maybe, Election Data Services, looks like we have Kent Stegall with us. So without our document saying exactly how we're going to go about the collaborative mapping process, I guess we will just begin, and if people have recommendations, they can make those. It looks like Kim Brace has a hand up. Do you have something to say?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. I wanted to point out one thing from the court order that has been pointed out to me from the attorneys. The court said in redrawing the boundaries of these districts will be avoidably affecting the boundaries of other districts. We therefore expect that the districts for not only the unconstitutional districts, but also other districts, as reasonably necessary, will be redrawn. I know there was a question earlier and last week of whether or not we can touch other districts, and I believe it's been pointed out to me that the court was rather clear that as reasonably necessary, you could end up making changes, at least in terms of adjacent districts. That's the one key point that I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of. The other piece is that we have done a lot of different things even since last Thursday for your benefit. And Kent will show that on his screen too. I have it on mine in addition. And so we have access now to neighborhood boundaries within Detroit, Wayne County, and we can turn those on and off. As I believe I mentioned to everyone on Thursday, we have the updated precinct boundaries from the state, and we can turn those on and off. The spreadsheet itself has been updated, and if I can share my screen before Kent ends up doing his, all right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. The screen itself right now shows and is focused in on the Detroit Wayne County area. The districts that have been identified by the court have been basically erased from this draft map as a starting point. But as I've noted, the court already has said that 9 and 13, while it's not judge infirmed, we can end up making some degree of changes as reasonably necessary can be done. We have, as far as the spreadsheet itself, we have on the bottom, we have just total population. There is no racial data here at all. And so we're just looking at total population. As I also indicated to people last week, we have been updating the data set for the political data. And we have an updated index that we have created with contest, including the 2022 contest. So if you recall from 2 years ago, we had created various indexes as well as a composite score based upon the various contests. And indeed, as we look at composites, now we have the governor's race from 2022 in the data set, and the attorney general's race. And those are the key components, and the Secretary of State's race. So that is all now feeding into the composite score in the updated index. We have kept the original index without 2022 so that we've got comparative capabilities if anybody has a question on that front. But basically, it's the updated index that we would end up being utilized for the map drawing, as well as the overview that just shows total population. With that, I think Kent is going to be leading the main part of drafting, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Brace? And I see, Aaron, you're on the phone. I won't be able to see if you have a question, so you'll have to chime in. Okay, Commissioner Eid.
Hello, Mr. Brace. Do we still have the bellwether election data available, or are we also not going to be using that? Does that count as political or for race?
No, that counts as political. And so those bellwether and data is there within the system.
Okay, so Kent Stigall.
Oh, sorry. Hello. For some reason, I don't know, I don't have the updated active matrix with the election data in it. I may have just overlooked it in the emails, Kim.
Okay.
You know, I know that's recent, so I may have just missed it this morning, last night. But at this moment, if we start drawing plans immediately, we'll get those added in like at lunch or something. But starting out, I don't know if it's we really need to have it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is there any other discussion on our mapping process that we're going to start before the document is agreed upon? Okay, then I guess we shall begin.
All right.
So,
I'm Cynthia. How do we go?
yes.
Who's going to go first? Who's going to go second?
I believe we're going to start alphabetically.
Okay.
So, and Secretary of State, are you going to like help us stay alphabetical and call on the next person, or?
Yeah,
figure that?
absolutely. So beginning alphabetically, the first commissioner to draw would be Commissioner Andrade.
I'm going to pass. I'm having internet difficulties.
Okay.
The next commissioner then would be Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, another recommendation is not to pass, but being the newbie here amongst you seasoned mappers, I am going to pass and watch a round go through before I try to jump in and lead the thing. So I'll pass.
Great. Next up is Commissioner Curry.
Juanita, are you online?
Actually, I'm not seeing her.
I see her
oh,
name.
Yeah. She might have stepped away, so perhaps we can go to the next commissioner and return to her. Next up would be Commissioner Eade.
Commissioner
Okay,
Zakella,
well-
you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. I have some concerns I'd like to raise. As you know, Commissioner Eade had previously worked for 2 organizations that had lobbied the commission. And at the time, the second place came up, Michigan Voices. The comments were made by many commissioners that they would be concerned.
Yeah, so you have raised these concerns and we're going to deal with them later, but we can't stop the mapping process.
I
We need
understand we
to
can't
map.
stop the mapping process. However, I would like to make a motion that Commissioner Eade not be allowed to collaboratively map. And I would like to state my reasons why.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. So.
And just to give
discussion?
just to give the background on what my concern is one, it's the 2 previous segments of employment with API Votes Michigan, and then also with Michigan Voices, both of which lobbied us heavily. And that creates a conflict of interest potentially with map drawing at this point. My other concern is the fact that the notice against him is pending. In a typical public body, when you have a person who has allegations against them, that person would be placed on administrative leave and not be allowed to continue their job while those investigation is taking place. I think that this should be the same here. The other concern I have is with respect to the order that the 3-judge panel issued. They had significant concerns with Commissioner Eade's testimony in that case. They found him to be not credible and evasive. They are aware of the notice that is pending before him. And my concern is that if we allow him to continue to draw into these maps, that it could potentially be grounds for that 3-judge panel. It could be a factor against our maps because of the concerns there. Like I said, we're not in a situation where we're just approving things anymore. And on our own, we have to actually have a magistrate look at our work and then also a 3-judge panel, and they ultimately have the decision. So I think the concern is there. And then in terms of his right to draw, we don't actually have a right to draw under the Constitution. There's nothing that provides that. He has a right to vote, and I certainly think that he should continue to have that right. But I don't think he should be allowed to draw on our maps. So to clarify what my motion is to prevent Commissioner Eade from either directly or indirectly making changes to the commission's collaborative maps. And by indirectly, I mean he's not allowed to engage in his past practice, which has been to text, talk to, communicate, message other commissioners to make changes for him. So that is my motion. And I would like a roll call vote on this motion as well.
Commissioner Lett.
I oppose this motion. Clearly, a person who has this petition to vacate certainly is not been found to have done whatever it is they're claiming to have been done in order to do that. Furthermore, it's somewhat incongruous that the person, Rebecca Zatella, who filed this motion to vacate, is the same person who basically went to the plaintiffs with her concerns after having sat here and mapped with us as the cheerleader and the had the baton leading the racial profiling that the court claims that we did, which I, for one, don't feel that we did. The whole story wasn't told. Now, the court can determine credibility or not. They seem to have based credibility on Anthony Eads' issues with Wayne State. It's unfortunate that Commissioner Zatella's credibility wasn't brought up from her legal entanglements with one of her, at the time, co-workers on supposed entanglements with that, where the court found her not to be credible. So, having said all that, there is no reason legally or procedurally that Commissioner Ead cannot continue to vote to draw maps and have his knowledge presented. Certainly, he is familiar, one of the persons who is more familiar with the Detroit area than most of us. So I oppose this motion.
Commissioner Ead.
I just want to say that, you know, the way that Commissioner Zatello is framing events is not concurrent with reality. There's absolutely nothing wrong with me taking a nonpartisan, non-for-profit community position a year and 2 years after we're done drawing maps. Now, that's my opinion. You guys can come up with that discussion later, but there was never a conflict of interest. There isn't currently a conflict of interest. Perhaps if I was currently employed by one of those organizations, Commissioner Zatello would have a point, but I'm not. And I'd like to remind this commission, we had 4 lawsuits. I defended this commission in all 4 lawsuits, and we were successful in 3 of them. And that was not easy. It was a hard task. I often was the only commissioner putting my name and my butt on the line defending these maps that, by the way, Commissioner Zatello voted for. So I appreciate it, Steve, and let's just take the vote.
Commissioner Kellum.
Sorry about that. I'm driving. I echo Steve's sentiments. There are several things that Commissioner Zatello could have been nailed or needled for. And it's unfortunate that we're even in this morning using the mapping process to make digs at issues that, as you, Chair, has said will be addressed at a later date. This attempt, in which, this is my personal opinion, to save face from incorrect map drawing that affected the city of Detroit, as Commissioner alluded to, that was led by Commissioner Zatello, championed. It was okay. There's even a recording of her trying to silence me. So again, and this is no disrespect to you, Commissioner Zatello, I don't have an issue with you, but what I have an issue with is the inappropriate nature of these things coming up. And at this time, we're supposed to be a collaborative body. If you have a particular challenge against Commissioner Ead, I appreciate if you would handle that on your own time and through appropriate professional procedures, rather than get folks to rally behind you to come against Commissioner Ead or any other commissioner, or get folks to, I just don't like the way you're manipulating the process. And transparently, like I said, I would be driving to Olivet, Michigan this morning, which I'm doing, so I can't even safely map. So I would appreciate if Commissioner Ead, along with folks that can do this in good spirit, would be able to do this process and do it well, since I will be very, very limited in my contribution, and then we'll have to exit the meeting. I think it's a gross waste of our time. And while it seems like this could be something that is directed towards Commissioner Ead, it makes everyone look bad, and it's a challenge on everyone's integrity. So I hope that we can cut these concerns. And Commissioner Zatello, I hope that you can return to the woman that I worked with early on in this map process. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang.
Thank you, Chair Orton. I do think Commissioner Zatello makes some good points. as far as the previous maps being brought up, how she led the commission, each commissioner has their own voice. Each commissioner chose to draw and chose to vote on whatever maps they did. Nobody was holding a gun to anybody's head. So to kind of lay that on her because she was the chair, I don't think is right. As far as the conflict of interest part goes, I found out about a lot of this way after the fact, but there is the fact also that Commissioner Eade lied twice and said that these jobs were cleared with legal. And when we discussed it with legal, they said that that did not happen. So I do hold some concerns about the honesty, and I'm not trying to throw them under. I know I'm a party to the other papers too. I'm just saying that I do have concerns. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Villette.
I think it's time we just start drawing the maps, just like we're supposed to be doing. I think that we need to put aside the things that are going on about Commissioner Eade and Commissioner Zitella. Everything everybody said is true. There are 13 of us. You act like Commissioner Eade's going to draw the maps and they're going to be just how he wants them, or just whoever you guys think he's in cahoots with. And we're just going to sit by and let it happen. Let's just do what we're being paid to do. Let's just draw the maps.
I call the question. So motion to discontinue discussion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to discontinue discussion. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say no, nay. I see one nay,
Nay.
2 nays. The ayes have it. So now there is a motion on the floor to, will you restate, Commissioner Zitella?
Certainly. So a motion to prevent Commissioner Eade from directly or indirectly drawing the collaborative maps. And I asked for a roll call as well.
Right. So Secretary of State, roll call, please.
Commissioner Orton.
Yes.
Our local counsel is prepared to provide a legal opinion if you feel that is needed before the vote.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Fink.
I apologize. A little technical problem here. There is a process for addressing concerns regarding the qualifications of commissioners to participate. In fact, in this instance, that process has been initiated, and the commission is moving forward to review the allegations that have been made by Commissioner Zitella. Without prejudging that, and I express no opinion for purposes of this legal opinion regarding that, there is no constitutional process for partial periodic removal of somebody from participation. The commission is a commission of equals and a commission that should be participating fully. If somebody should be removed, they should be removed entirely through the constitutional process. There is no constitutional process for partially removing people based on the perspective of one commissioner or another. That said, obviously you should go forward with your vote, but I do not see any legal basis for challenging an individual commissioner for any basis, on any basis, without following the proper removal process, which has already been initiated in this case. But even if it weren't initiated, this process would be out of order.
Okay, so then I have a question, Mr. Fink. So then is this process out of order and we move on, or do we need to do the vote now that there's a motion and a second?
Well, I'm in an ironic position here because I'm not the parliamentarian.
Should I ask the parliamentarian?
I can't speak to it. If there were a point of order, which I can't make because I'm not a commissioner, if there were a point of order, I believe that the parliamentarian would speak to that. On the other hand, the entire issue would be moot if there's a vote and this is voted down. All that said, if there were a point of order, I think the parliamentarian presumably would speak to it. And if not, if the parliamentarian sought advice, again, I would indicate, as I have now on this record, that there is no legal basis for the relief that's being sought right now.
Well, to me, it seems pointless to take a vote if we're not even supposed to be, we don't have the power to vote on this. So I will call a point of order and ask for parliamentarian to interject.
Certainly, Madam Chair, points of order fall down to the judgment of the chair. So as chair, you would rule whether or not something is out of order.
Point of order.
Interesting.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order is that based upon the representations of our counsel, David Fink, that this motion is improper and out of order, and thus I believe the chair should rule thusly.
I agree. Yes, so that that motion is ruled out of order, and let's move on. So we were at Commissioner's Eid turn to begin drawing. So Mr. Segal, will you put the map back up? And I believe this was brought up by Mr. Segal at our last meeting, but if you would just refresh and just give us, from your point of view, having experience in mapping, a point of beginning. Where would be reasonable to begin drawing?
Yes, Commissioner Horton. So just looking at what you're looking at, the white area is unassigned, and that had previously been the districts that the courts found essentially illegal. My opinion is, and now the court has clarified it, that the surrounding districts are going to have to be edited. The depth at which you do such is, of course, up to each and every commissioner. But to me, it's blatantly obvious. 9 has to be, maybe trimmed back, 13, cut back in such a fashion so that you have a contiguous, one massive area to write your new district in. For example, you may choose to unassign this area here of 4, just so that you have all of it. Maybe the southern part of 9 and the east and then the west side. Or delete them out altogether. I don't know, that's each individual's or collective commission's decisions. So that you have a block of area to draw in rather than essentially restricting yourself to drawing in a U-shaped. If you do it in a U-shape, or if you delete 13 and 9 and let's say half of 4 and get started, you still probably want to start, in a corner, or even the southern part and go around. But being collaborative again, I don't know how long each person's going to get, or where they want to work. Maybe the first senator, commissioner wants to start down there and go around Dearborn, River Rouge, or Southern Detroit. I don't know. Maybe they want to be up in Oakland County. That's my opinion. When I was just looking at it, is to clean up some of the give yourself some area to work within. And you can always reference what's already there. With that said, it's Commissioner E, where would you like to begin? Anthony, I can't hear you.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you either. So
No, you are good, my friend. You are good. It's always nice to have you and your Southern charm joining us on these meetings.
Okay.
Okay, let's start in Royal Oak. I kind of see a few different blocks that we could do. And, my opinion, I'll tell you folks right now, I don't think we should change much of what we already have. I can understand 9 and 13, but, there are significant communities of interest in most of these surrounding areas. So what I'm going to do, and you guys can change it because it's collaborative, but I'm not going to mess with the other districts just yet. I'd like to see if it's possible, see what we can come up with without changing the districts that, were deemed not to be illegal and go from there. So let's start with Royal Oak. And, I kind of see a block there on the top left. If we just go horizontally across, I think you can take.
Let's name that, start with 7. What do you think? Or you got a number in mind?
That was what? It was 7, 8, and 14, correct?
Correct.
So since it's the most furthest out into Oakland and Macomb County, let's actually go with 14. Because around it is like, you got 6, 57, 19 I see over there. So
this is River Oak. You want to start with just assign that?
Yeah, assign that.
You want to put,
and then let's go with,
I'm not telling you what to do. Do you want to put all of that?
That's what I was saying. And then just go horizontally until we have the right, maybe not that far down.
Okay.
Let's stop at that township line between Madison Heights and Hazel Park.
Okay. Yeah, that's 14. It blends with 6, but
yeah. Ken, do you want to change that color maybe to like a, I don't know, an orange or something?
Well, he's changing color. I see Commissioner Callahan's hand is up. Do you have a question?
I do. Just being a newbie here, I'm just trying to understand how we got to where we are a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this map, my first question that comes to my mind is why are 5 and 6 these long, skinny maps? And why does 4 have that arm that's just like kind of sticking out in the middle of nowhere? What was the reasoning behind that?
I can speak to 4 if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So districts 15, 3, and 4 were made to be a community of interest districts for the Arab American community that's located in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. What we did was we looked at the primary election of the governor's race in 2018, and I believe we still have that data. And because there is no census data for people of Middle Eastern descent, we used that election to help us determine where that population was, because there was an Arab American candidate in that election, Mr. Abdul El Said. And what we found that was having 15, 3, and 4 configured in the configurations that we voted on 2 years ago, that he ended up winning the Democratic primary election in those 3 districts. That's how I remember it anyways. And
Commissioner Lang, do you have an answer for Commissioner Callahan?
I do. The commission decided to draw long, skinny lines to kind of resemble spokes in order to get the Black voting age population down to in between a certain percentage point. That's what our lawsuit was about that we lost. So what you're seeing in 5 and 6 is a result of that. That's it.
That's what I thought. So I'm wondering, I can see the community of interest in the Arabic community there. That one kind of makes sense to me. I just didn't understand the little arm sticking out. But I mean, 5 and 6, they just don't look like very good districts to me. Being a newbie to this, I just look at that and say that doesn't make sense. And I know we're touching on the other things, but to keep those 2, I just wonder, like, I don't know about that.
Commissioner Zatella, do you have an answer for Commissioner Callahan?
Yeah, I was just going to echo what Commissioner Lang said. 5, 6, 16, 17, 18, 11. For all of those districts were drawn. If you notice, they stretch from Detroit out into the suburbs, and the court held that all of the districts in the Metro Detroit area, all of them were based on racial gerrymandering. So all of these districts have that same configuration, which is why I was advocating last week that they should all be changed. And then in terms of the Dearborn area, we did receive maps from Access, which is a nonprofit community group in Dearborn that focuses on advancing the rights of Arab Americans. And this map currently does not align with those community of interest maps that we were provided by Access because of those changes that we made. So I think we should change the Dearborn area as well.
Okay, you guys still have your hands up if you didn't know. And Commissioner Eads, you may proceed.
Okay, where was I?
Madison Heights is here.
Okay, so let's, do you have a population number somewhere?
14.
Oh, there it is.
For the, yeah. Can you read it? It is small.
Yeah, no, I see it now. Thank you.
So we're only about halfway. You're about 50-50 or thereabout.
Okay, well, I'm seeing like a box, like a horizontal box there that we can just add in.
I'm just looking at the number on the left over here where it says 20,000 and we need to get to like, 40 some.
All right, let's put center line in there. And again, this is obviously the first one we're drawing. I fully expect
Put center line.
y'all to edit this, just trying to see what's possible.
That's right there. That's right at the number.
All right, so let's assign that.
So that number 14 is now, right? Yeah, within less 0.22%. Within 0.22%.
Well, that's fine with me. I think looks like there's another box right under there if someone wants to take over, but I think that's a good starting point.
Commissioner Zatelli, you have something else?
I don't have anything to add to it.
Sorry, I didn't forget to take my hand up.
Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, can we turn on the communities lines that we had before where we can see
Communities of interest or neighborhoods?
well, we don't have communities of interest, but we get neighborhoods, right, Kent?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have a question about that. Is this the neighborhoods that we used last time, or is it a new neighborhood map?
I think this is one that came from, I reloaded it. I believe it's the same as it's the ones that we use in the court case. Were they identical to what we used during redistricting? I just loaded them in. I was told to load this is what we use.
I just wonder where they came from.
Okay, so Kim Brace has the defining, I get sent it, told to load it up. That's what we're using. I believe these came from what was used during the court case.
We ended up obtaining the neighborhood maps. There were actually 2 sets of neighborhood boundaries we obtained, and I think Kent has both of them. This one is the shorter one and easier to read. I've found in looking at both of them.
So this is, what am I doing? Okay. So this is the master plan, and the name of it. I'm gonna turn it on so kind of get some different color that we can recognize.
Steve, are you asking to compare it to the old districts that we passed, or because the neighborhood lines were only for Detroit and we're up in Oakland County now?
Right.
No, I was just asking for neighborhood lines so we can see what they look like wherever they are.
So
we don't have Oakland County. We don't have Oakland County.
So right now it appears there is some difference between the master neighborhood list and the regular neighborhood. I don't know. Like the green is what that's called master plan neighborhood. And then the black is neighborhoods. Kim, can you help explain the disparity or the differences?
From what we understand, we end up finding these in two different places. So I believe that Edward has scheduled for tomorrow the Metro COG people coming in to talk about neighborhoods. Am I correct, Edward?
Not at all. Tomorrow is EDS is going to speak about the updated mapping data. And on
Oh, okay.
Thursday, it's the City of Detroit, not the Metro COG planning department that we're trying to have present on that day.
On that day, okay.
So the easy answer is we don't have neighborhood maps for 14.
Certainly not outside of Detroit.
Thank
And
you.
just so we're clear, the one from the neighborhood planning department will be Detroit.
I was just thinking it would be important for us to know
My
where the
question,
neighborhoods came from, where the lines came from, and decide which one we want to follow. Kent?
that was my question is, I mean, really, we got two neighborhood maps that are clearly noticeably different. Which one is of more value to this process?
Right.
The
Commissioner
black
Zatella?
lines or the blue lines? You can see there's more neighborhoods in this the black line layer.
Black line, right? That's correct. Yep.
So
we'll continue to investigate and see what we can find out, as well as we'll touch base with the other counties to see if they have any neighborhoods in their counties.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, so the black lines are the ones that we used when we mapped before. The differences between the two maps as I'm looking at them is the blue line is showing a neighborhood cluster. So it's showing neighborhoods clustered together. If you look at the Grosse Pointe area in particular, you see those neighborhoods. If you could drag it a little to the left so that we can see near Grosse Pointe.
yeah, well, that's not even in the Grosse Pointe isn't identified at all.
Right. It's not Grosse Pointe, it's the neighborhoods next to them. So see the corner.
Yeah.
See East English Village, Morningside, Cornerstone Village right there. If you notice, the blue is putting those together as a neighborhood cluster, whereas the black is identifying each individual neighborhood.
Well, I'm sorry, Rebecca, that may be just due to labeling. Let me get the different.
Yeah, but the black one is the one that we used the last time around because it's more detailed.
Yes. I understand. I'm sorry, I had it mislabeled momentarily ago, Rebecca. It doesn't say cluster now, but like right here, it's that all of this is Chandler Park in the blue layer. And the black layer is Chandler Park, Chalmers, Chandler Park, and Fox Creek. But yes, you're right about it.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, Commissioner Eads' turn was up and we were waiting, seeing if Juanita was here to take a turn. And in the meantime, Commissioner Lett, you have something.
Yeah, I have a question up in 14 that we just did. Does anybody know the neighborhoods up there or communities of interest, or can provide any further information regarding what Anthony just drew?
Can you repeat that, Steve? Your connection broke out.
Yeah, what do you know about 14? Are there communities of interest up there that anybody, not just you, anybody is aware of, or neighborhoods that we're aware of? I'm sure there are that could enlighten us as far as the 14 you just drew.
Well, I can say, Royal Oak and Madison Heights have some similarities, but at the moment I'm focusing on, seeing what's possible population wise. I certainly think this can be edited to perhaps include, you could take out Centerline, for example, and include Ferndale or something like that. But, being I guess, a suburban district, and Royal Oak and Madison Heights certainly have community similarities.
Sarah, I think we're ready for the next mapper, Commissioner.
Sure. Checking to see Commissioner Curry, if you are available. Okay, the next commissioner up would be Commissioner Kellum. I recall she mentioned she was driving and is not available for mapping, but I'll check with her. Commissioner Kellum, are you available for mapping?
Yeah. I can be creative. Because I'm driving, I think that I'm going to direct us to the shore communities, like the St. Clair Shores, Grosse Pointe Farms, Grosse Pointe. I think that would be like the easiest thing for me to do right now. And then I'm going to quickly pass my turn to somebody else. So I'd like to start right under District 62. So St. Clair Shores, kind of like draw an elbow district.
Something like this.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, it's not going to modify 62 right now. I just got it.
Yeah, exactly. Grosse Pointe Shores, Grosse
Just a
Pointe
moment.
Farms, Grosse Pointe, sorry.
All right. What I need to do here is make sure I don't get any of 62. Something like this.
Yeah, you can include, yep, Grosse Pointe Woods,
Let's start with
Park Farms, Grosse Pointe.
okay, that's
And then
the
I can't see the numbers, so you'll have to help me with that.
oh sure. Right now we're at 86,000. Let's assign this and just see how it works. I'm gonna lock District 62 so that I don't inadvertently edit 62. I thought I had already done that, but obviously I had not.
Okay, it's fine with me as long as it's fine with the other commissioners.
What I was just trying to do is just keep from getting any of 62.
Yeah, so you don't color outside the lines. I got you.
Yeah. Okay, so now 10 10 is just needs, approximately 5,500 to be ideal.
Can you put back restore the neighborhood overlay?
Yes.
Thank you. No, I don't want to take that.
Okay. I'm just making sure unless I can hear you.
Yeah, no, that's me humming and thinking.
And
What if we?
that's just water. We're not gonna
Yeah,
get into details of clearing this up.
that little upper piece that's really north of that 8 Mile line. Yeah, that right there where your mouse is. What
That's
happens if we do
29.
that?
That's 2,900.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Okay, so 10 is at 2.77% under. So it's within general specs. So I'd just like to take a moment to point out to the entire commission, at this point, we have 10 to the east and 13 to the west on either side of this geographic area. Which means when you go to draw these districts, you may have to edit 13 and or 10, because you're blocked in. So
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I was disconnected earlier, but I heard some discussion about 5 and 6 that I think that I missed. But what I did hear between Commissioner Callahan and Zatella, it's also my opinion that 5 and 6 need to be erased and redone. As well, I mean, I'm fine with tweaking 9 as well. It's like smack dab in the middle of everything. But that's my 2 cents. I'm not sure if that was the totality of the discussion.
as commissioners, you start wrapping up completing a set. Like, in other words, get further into this plan. You can start, I'm sure some commissioners will be making edits to the stuff going around. The commissioners that have done this in past, fully are well aware that as this starts getting done, there's going to be changes going around kind of in a spiral. Not that 10 and 14 aren't perfect and should stay exactly that way. I'm not saying they should be edited. I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I'm saying as you get through the whole area, there will be adjustments made somewhere at different times.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett, do you mean to have your hand up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What is, it look like, these are hard to read. It looks like the snaggletooth there in the middle is in Harper Woods. Is that correct?
This is Harper Woods where my cursor is hovering. This blue line is the boundary of Harper Woods.
Okay. And as I recall, and certainly I'm sure somebody will refresh my memory, Harper Woods was kind of on the line of whether to go with the Points or go with Detroit. Am I correct in that?
You are. There was this is Commissioner Cullen, there was some expression. That's why I was debating where I wanted to go or if I was even going to stop before that little tooth, as you call it, Commissioner Lett, but I didn't take too much of it. There's something that can be done below the 8 Mile line as well as just north going into East Point that would be valuable in my opinion.
Kent, do you know what that little snaggletooth is?
Which this is that little point right there.
Yeah.
That's part of Grosse Point. Well, it's part of a precinct.
Yeah.
So the road names, we can get in here and get the road names. That's this is Chester Street right here. Allard, Stanhope, Arthur. We were drawing these districts by voting precincts. So
how many people are in there?
In this smaller area?
Yeah, just that little snaggletooth.
Yeah, I'm just going to select them and then have it show us, and that way we don't have to do math. Why did it? I'm trying to, I don't know why it's being hard to get along with. That area right here, that area right there has 323 people. Now, if you wanted to go down through here, something like that, that area is 845. But this,
well, I guess my point being here, if that what I'm calling the snaggletooth, it just looks odd. It doesn't appear that it's needed to the population, and if we bring it back into the main north-south line, it would look a lot better. Certainly one of the comments we've heard repeatedly is we got these crazy districts. So that would be one we could square up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Lett, I thought you were talking about a totally different part of District 10 that I just drew. My apologies.
No, I'm still talking about the tooth.
Yeah, no, I was looking north. I wasn't looking at this section. Now that it's enlarged, I can see what you're talking about. I would be in agreement with that.
That's a precinct. So, or it's a 2020 precinct. I'm trying to see if it's I'm trying to cut off trying to find out where the boundary is for the 22 precinct. I really can't tell if it's under there or not. Let's see how they go about doing that. Because, you know, if it's,
So that is actually part of Grosse Pointe Woods.
that's what it appears to be.
Yeah, it's part of Grosse Pointe Woods. So if you cut it off, you're taking a sliver of Grosse Pointe Woods and putting it into Detroit. Or Harper Woods, as it would be.
Yeah, this is one of those weird situations where it's not us that's making the shapes weird, but it's actually how the townships are configured. And you can see that around Michigan, that the actual townships aren't always drawn in a, you know, in a perfect manner.
Yeah, yeah, that's, but the township, I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at the township boundary correctly. The township is, yeah, that's the township of Grosse Pointe Woods. So that tooth there, or wherever you want to, pointer finger sticking out is, if you did that, you'd be splitting a township, splitting a precinct.
Thank you.
We should leave it for now. I mean, I don't see any reason to split up a township unless we need to.
May I suggest, you know, just continuing on, you know, and as you assign this unassigned area, you know, just seeing what you have to do, you know, to make the numbers work.
I agree, Kent. I'm unreliable right now too, so I'm not going to be gazing anymore.
Yeah, I, you know, it's surrounded by unassigned area. Just continue with your process, and as you all know, you're going to go round and round on this stuff and see where it takes you.
So Commissioner Kellum, you're satisfied with that for right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, so the next commissioner to draw is
That would be me.
Yes, apologies. That would be Commissioner Lang.
okay.
Okay. I was actually hoping that we would have had more public comment today from the residents of Detroit. But since we didn't, I'm going to ask if Commissioner Zatella, since she has a good knowledge of Detroit area, if she would help me during my turn to make sure that I get areas that should be together. So Commissioner Zatella, are you willing to do that?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, should we start around East Point, or what do you think?
Yeah, I would put East Point into Detroit.
Okay, so Kent, if you could.
All right, let's make this District 12. Does that make sense to you guys? And that's the township of East Point.
Okay, and what areas,
I'm sorry.
Rebecca, do you think would go with? And kind of give me an understanding of why. Like
So I would pull down Harper Woods and then that sliver of Detroit next to Harper Woods. So we did receive public comment saying that East Point wanted to be with Detroit. And that was actually covered in the court's ruling as well, that it was put up into a predominantly white Macomb County district. So I think we need to put it into Detroit. I would turn on the neighborhood maps so that you don't break up that East English Village, Morningside, Cornerstone neighborhood group. And then I would just kind of start moving farther into Detroit until you hit population along that line.
Okay. So
And
would
then
it,
Harper Woods, the public comments were pretty conflicting. Some said they wanted to be with Grosse Point. Some said they didn't want to be with Grosse Point. So I think putting them together with East Point and some of the other neighborhoods in Detroit would be consistent with that request for community of interest.
okay. Does Maple Ridge look like, is Maple Ridge an area that you think would fit in with this particular district?
Yeah, and then I
Okay.
think that's Morass Mosley underneath as well.
Okay. Kent, if you could take those two areas and add them, please.
The Maple Ridge and
Yes, please.
I'm doing whole precincts, which may split neighborhoods, for example, Denby and Yorkshire. And I'm going to sign it. We can always go to census block and text those areas out. As of right now, you still need 18,000, even with parts of Denby and Yorkshire. Let's not forget this is all unassigned still. So.
Yeah, I just pulled down into the unassigned area, but I would not go into that Cornerstone, East English Village, Morningside, because I think that's going to put you over population.
Okay.
So what about this little Eden Gardens a little bit over here?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of.
Where are we?
I'm just highlighting it. I'm not doing anything yet.
Okay.
Well, see, now that cuts down in there. So we probably want to, I'll assign that and then unassign it. I'll change it back. I'm not doing it. Let me get it.
Kent, is there a way for you to select those 3 neighborhoods and see how much population is there? Because maybe it just makes sense to put all 3 of them up into this district.
Right. Right now we need 6,000. So I'll highlight as much of it as I can and we'll just take a eyeball.
It's going to be way over that.
Yeah.
It's going to be way over 6,000.
No, I'm gonna get on precincts. I'm sorry. Get back over here. Yeah, that's 7,000. And then that's 8,000.
All right. So I just continue with the plan of keeping those 3 neighborhoods intact, but not in this district. And then continue just pushing down along the line that you were following. And I know we're going to be overlapping into other districts, but we're going to have to adjust boundaries anyway. So.
Okay. So my question, just reiterate what was that you wanted to do. Now, this is part of East English Village.
I would pull that out.
Okay. Okay. So let's do this.
Yeah, those 3 neighborhoods were very clear that they wanted to stay together during public comment.
All right, we got a little bit of hole here, so it's
there
kind
a
of
road?
like these 2 blocks would either have to be part of Yorkshire Woods. I mean, over here or over here. For some reason, they think with most of the precincts over here, but those 2 census blocks are in Yorkshire Woods.
Should we keep them with Yorkshire then?
Yeah.
Just so it's compact?
I think we would have to make it contiguous.
Contiguous, yeah.
Or you can, like, there's a strip along the interstate or highway that you could put into this district. And it would be still contiguous. This would be connected with that, but you'd have an odd shape.
Let's put them in Yorkshire Woods, please.
Okay. So right now, we still need 7,500 people. So my question was, where do I go from here? Because, it's.
Rebecca,
I would continue to fill out those neighborhoods. I can't read it well on this screen. It's very
This
soft.
is
the
Eden
Gardens area?
Yeah, I
or-
would do Eden Gardens and the neighborhood underneath that and see where we're at
Okay.
population wise.
That's 2,000. Um, do we want, I guess, that's the whole precinct there. Now that modified 13 a little bit, but
That's okay.
there again, you know. So
That has us within the population guidelines, correct?
yeah, 12 is in the within the guidelines. 13, now we've skewed 13 a little bit because we trimmed off some,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, you know, that's, and 9, you know, it could still give up some
Right.
or
9
take
could-
on, or 9 could take on some. So then you back out and you can kind of visualize, well, we need to add something to 13.
Right.
You know, not
But
a
it-
huge number, but a significant number.
So this
Well,
meets communities of interest that you recall, correct, Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, and if Commissioner Kellum's still on the phone, I'd just ask her to weigh in as well, if she's
No,
there.
I'm still here. I didn't speak up. I know that Commissioner Lang only asked you. However, I would say something if I didn't disagree. I think you're correct in your assessment with Morningside. Well, I know you're correct in your assessment with Morningside wanting to use those communities. Maybe what was that? Let me.
So it's East Point pulled in with Harper Woods and then the neighborhoods west and
Yeah.
south of Harper Woods.
Yep, I don't think that's problematic at all.
Okay, so that sounds, I guess we'll leave it there. Then next person.
Next would be Commissioner Lett.
Okay, let's go northwest. Up in
Let me get these district label back on here. I've lost them somewhere along the line. I don't know why the districts aren't. Let me save what we've done because we always run the risk of things disappearing, and I don't want to. Nope. Get back over here. And the name of this plan right now is just new. When we finish up with it, of course, you guys will give it a name that makes sense to you. Okay, I'm sorry. Who's up?
me.
Mr. Lett? We have, you know, this Roseville area up here unassigned, surrounded by districts. This little section here, south of Harper Woods, west of Grosse Point, unassigned.
I want to go up to the northwest, underneath where Anthony went.
Hazel Park area, the southern part of Oakland County. I guess we're going to call this 7, 8, something. I don't know.
What do we have up in the upper left hand? Yeah, where you're at. What is that?
That's the remainder of Oakland County, and it's 38,000 people.
It's Ferndale, Steve.
What, Anthony?
Ferndale,
Ferndale?
mainly.
Hazel Park.
Fun, funky Ferndale.
Hazel Park in there too.
Is that right?
Yep, Ferndale right here, this area. Hazel Park right here. You want to sign that?
Does it make sense to put Ferndale and Hazel Park together? Anybody?
I mean, I think it does, you know, I think You could go either way. You could put Ferndale with Royal Oak, which makes a lot of sense, or you could put Ferndale with Hazel Park, which also makes sense. You know, Ferndale is kind of like, and I don't know, people call Ferndale like the,
The up and coming Royal Oak, right?
what was that?
A lot of times it's the up and coming Royal Oak.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. It's kind of like the younger, more like bougie Royal Oak, if you will.
So
You know,
Royal Oak is to the east.
North.
North.
North. But I mean, we've got this isolated section over here to the north that's just hanging out there. It's going to have to go to somewhere, and it's either going to push things south or it's going to push things west. So I mean, as soon as you do something with that orphan little square out there, whatever you're doing over here in northwest is going to change, or you're going to squish down to the south, one of the two. So I don't know why we're leaving those two places just hanging out there to mess everything up later on.
Kent, what was the population in Ferndale?
This area contains just 23,000, including Hazel Park, put it up around 38.
And immediately to the east.
Hazel Park,
Yeah.
if you include that, all of that, which is the remainder of Oakland County, is 38,112.
Okay, and what if you go straight east? That what is that?
So now we're up at 60,000, approximately 2/3 of a House district. You still need a third.
All right, go south underneath Hazel Park.
Under Hazel Park or Fern? This area or this?
Yeah,
area?
that area there.
This is underneath of Ferndale. And that taking a little piece of 6, only because we're using whole precincts. We can not do that or go ahead and let it take it. That's 65,000.
And what's our number we need?
91.
Okay.
Let's bring on the neighborhood layer because I know that's comes in. Where? Let me get the neighborhoods back here. Where'd they go? What come up? All right, let me get the neighbor. I don't know why the neighborhoods disappeared, but they did. Yeah. Just a moment, please. I'm sorry. Let me get this. Where is neighborhoods? I got, for some reason, it dropped it out. I guess I didn't. I should have saved it. And all right, now I'm going to change those colors back to blue so we can. It's what I'm used to seeing, I guess. Well, I got the neighborhoods in blue. So, you know, this area underneath here, that's Green Acres, State Fair, Nolan, Penrose, Palmerwood, Sherwood Forest.
All right, so that's all of those are in the city of Detroit, south of 8 Mile.
Correct.
Does it make any sense to put any of those up into, I guess is that Oakland County?
Yes, sir. And this is Hazel Park and this is Ferndale.
And you said where are we at population wise? 60,000 or thereabouts?
65, we need approximately 26 more. This is, yeah.
So we can either come further south
or we can steal from 6, or we can go up to Anthony's 14, which would then, we would have to do that. So my question is, does it make any sense to put any of the neighborhoods bordering 8 Mile up into Oakland County? Anthony.
This is Macomb County here.
I think if it's the most northern neighborhoods, I think it makes sense. You know, if we recall from the population shifts, a lot of people did move from Detroit into these southern Oakland and southern Macomb county areas. So I wouldn't go too far into Detroit because we still want some Detroit centric districts. But if it's just these like most northern neighborhoods, I think it's defendable.
I would move those neighborhoods just for the sake of COI, communities of interest, but that's my opinion. Historically, the ones that are being moved, if we're relying on what Detroit citizens have said, as well as the basic geography in that neighborhood, Green Acres, Sherwood Forest, Palmer Woods, University District, Bagley Community, Palmer Park. Those are things that traditionally have stayed together. So just sharing that piece of history.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So I think our choices are either to go back up into 14 or over into 6. How many we got? How many did we put in 14 to start with, Kent?
Well, we haven't done anything yet. I haven't assigned, you know, you didn't say assign anything. This, you know, this area here, and this is Macomb County over here. This is Oakland. Add dummy. Yeah, if we go with this right here, you want to assign that so you start at 60,000?
Well, you told me there's 60,000 in there. I don't know where you want to assign. What I'm saying is, what is in 14 now?
That is Royal Oak. Population wise, 14 has, it's ideal really. It's 202 people under ideal. So I just assigned Southern Oakland and Southern Macomb to 7. That's what's been highlighted the whole time. And you would still need 31,000. I'd like to point out when you go to 6, you know, it is a tall vertical. It's only 2 precincts or 3 precincts wide in some point. So if you go east, you can't go very far before you cut it in half.
Commissioner Zatella, do you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if he wants to go into Detroit, I would echo what Commissioner Kellum said about pulling in Palmer Park, because that was actually presented to us as a community of interest. It's an LGBTQ community, and they wanted to be combined with Ferndale. If you don't want to do that, then I think continuing to go west makes a lot of sense, because you've got this very small area that's been divided off. So.
I guess I thought, I don't disagree with that, putting Palmer Park with Ferndale, if that's the case. I thought Brittany was saying that to keep those areas in Detroit, i.e. south of 8 Mile. Was I wrong in that, Brittany?
Sorry for the delay. You weren't wrong. I do think that if you're going to do that, Palmer Park could be an exception, just not some of the other communities that were originally highlighted, if that makes sense. But I would have to double check. I know that you know, Commissioner Patel is correct. That is the LGBTQ centered community. So there could be some benefit there. However, the rest of what I said still stands. I hope
Well,
that makes sense.
in order to put park, if I'm reading this map right, we're gonna have to include Palmer Woods, Green Acres, and most likely.
I know that's the tricky part. I wouldn't put all those communities together.
Commissioner Andrada, do you have something?
Yes, I was wondering about like you're going into Oakland County there, Macomb County, and then down into Wayne County. Is there any way to not split it between 3 separate counties? Maybe keep it in just 2? The spanning Ferndale down into the University District, Palmer Park, Sherwood.
Kent, what do we, and going up into 14, right along the northern edge of 7 in whatever county that is,
Right.
where we have the, yeah, that area. In other words, take that area up to the, whatever the roadway is that makes that straight line.
Yeah, this
across
is
the
696. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
No, not that roadway. Back down is just a surface
Right
street.
here?
No.
There.
Right where you, right there.
That's 8 Mile.
8 miles below. That's 8 Mile?
8 miles right here. Isn't that the county line?
Yeah.
That road name is 10 Mile. That's 10 Mile right here. And
Okay, if
this
you
one,
take, go ahead.
that road is Stevens. Right there.
Take that square that is 10 Mile and go south. See what that does. Yeah.
Well, let me get it. So it's what? The precincts go further than that. So let me back up here. Yeah, that's all, one precinct. So we need to split precincts. Is that what you're suggesting?
Not yet.
But
How many people are in there?
That's 5,800, 5,900. And that would put 14 well under populated.
Well, that's okay. I'll let Anthony worry about that.
Anthony, do you have something?
Just some recollection. I recall at the trial, I think it was one of the state reps. I think it was Mr. Lamar Lemons. And someone correct me if I'm wrong, but said something along the lines of 10 Mile. I think he said 10 Mile being like the new 8 Mile, where as far as people move. I don't know if you remember that, Steve. I know you were there, but there was something said along those lines. So if that helps at all, since we're talking about 10 Mile and 8 Mile Road.
No, I just keep it north of 8 Mile, and I wanted to know what that road was. I don't know that we want to split a precinct, so let's put that back in. Highlight that for us.
Commissioner Zatella, did you have something to add?
I was just going to advocate that we not split precincts because I believe the Secretary of State asked us not to because she said that it makes the work that they have to do more difficult. So if we can avoid it, let's try to avoid it.
All right, I'm displaying the 22 precincts as well.
So what I was looking at, what you highlighted first, I take it are 2 precincts.
Now, yeah, there's 2 precincts. They're vertical in shape. It would be this area.
And you said there's about 6,800
in both. Let me get my list.
I have a question about that. So when, in the software, when we choose voting precincts, are we not doing the current precincts? We're doing old precincts?
Correct. So what we would do is, because you see this census block here changed from one precinct to the other. So we would assign them based on the old ones because they're mostly correct. And then just add in the, whatever census blocks need to be added in to
So
fix.
they haven't changed very much.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I'm using the old ones. Often you see two old precincts make up a new precinct because they combined them.
Okay.
The precinct boundaries often are adjusted to follow House, Senate, congressional lines. So I'm guessing some of these precincts were modified more recently to follow the district boundaries that were previously passed by the commission.
All right, let's add in the precinct immediately to the east of what you have highlighted.
Okay. So together, see, now we don't have to move any census blocks, but that's 5,889 set out, and you still need 31,000, so that would make very little difference. If it helps at all, earlier I put all us just to see the population, all of the unassigned area in Oakland County, that made up just about one district. In other words, all of this part of 14 Oakland and this part of 7 Oakland together make up about a House district. But that's very different from what we're looking at.
Okay, I want to take a look at the area immediately north of 10 Mile and to the west of what you have highlighted in those two precincts. There you go, up in there.
So that's another precinct. Now we're up at 8,500. Like I said, you need 31,000. So yeah, it'd be most of all of this area. I'm just going to highlight it quickly. For example, that's about what you would need. No, you would need to add a little less than that to make 7 a House district, a little bit less, like that. You see that what I'm saying? How much you would?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So you'd have to add quite a chunk of 14. In fact, pretty close to most of 14 or significant chunk of 14.
Hey, what's you have highlighted there? What's the total on that?
I'll go back and do it again. This was just for reference purpose. I don't know anything about the geography or the neighborhoods. This is just, like looking at numbers. Like that right there, if you add that area to 7, population wise, that's about a district. But 14 would be, you're just transferring the problem from 7 to 14, because now 14 would be that many low. It would be 30,000 low.
Yeah, I know, but it's my turn to draw.
That's right.
What about, okay, anybody, what about if we leave it there, what about communities of interest with the highlighted portions? Anybody?
Well, like I think I said earlier, if you want to include Royal Oak with Ferndale, it makes sense. What you have highlighted now is like, I think it's like half. I don't think it's the whole of Royal Oak. I think you still have those 3 precincts there that could be added in, and then you could consider like taking Center Line out on the east side and maybe adding that to 7. Or you could go down and cross 8 Mile and put those communities that Commissioner Kellum was talking about. You could keep them together, but put them in 7. It's your choice, because you're going to have to come up with population now out of 14, but I think you know that.
So right here, that's all of Royal Oak, and that's 24,000. You would still need more population to make 7 ideal. And of course that, yeah.
Well, let's take 7 and make it appropriate for population, and then we'll just have to come back to 14. At least for the
Assign Royal Oak to
time
7.
being, because I don't want to go back. I don't want to go south of 8 Mile.
Okay, so put Royal Oak into 7. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we need 6,700 more.
Well, what do we pick up going east?
East into 13?
No, east from Royal Oak, which would be
That would do it about right there. You want me to assign that?
Sure.
So now 7 is pretty close to ideal, within 1%. And 14 is 33% off, 30,000 off. So you need to add 13. 14 at some point needs to have 30,000 more people added to it.
I'm good with where we're at. Obviously, we're going to have to deal with 14, and that may mean we got to go north or east or west or somewhere else. I don't know. We knew we were going to have to do that, so let's move on.
Next is Commissioner Muldoon.
You probably need to address Roseville area there where it's all hanging out by itself, which would be able to go to 13.
So that area is 41,000. You saying put that into 13?
To get, well,
all it means is it's got to get assigned at some point. So
right, and instead of later trying to figure out
13 or 12 or whatever, it's got to flow across because and the population is down in Detroit. That's the unassigned population.
Yeah, I guess you go to 13 and then
Take off the bottom of 13 and see what the population is then, if you want.
Yeah.
You get 2 ways of doing it. I mean, it's up and it doesn't really matter the number because you can always renumber. You can put it in the 13 or put it in the 12.
Well, if you put it into 13 and then take off the bottom, like Cynthia said, of 13 to see if it brings it the numbers to where.
Right.
So it's at least assigned to something. We're not trying to go back later and readjust around it.
So, we can, well, let's just highlight this area down here and see the total population that we're, chasing. So approximately 23,000. So all of that Detroit area would have to be unassigned. And then you still have work to do on
13.
13 would still have to decrease.
Yeah, but we still need
12. Yeah, and 12 can take some people, so you could unassign this.
Right.
I'm just going to give it the number 8 for right now. How does that sound?
Okay.
Make it District 8 and then continue on trying to figure it out. More of that's not District 8. I'm not suggesting that. It's merely a holding place for that population while you do 13. Does that make sense? I'm not drawing that district. I don't mean to be. So now 13 still needs almost 14,000 people. 12 13 needs to come down almost 14,000 people. 12 could take some of them.
Yeah, but 14 also still needs 30,000 people, right?
Yes.
And I don't know that area all that well. I don't know if anyone else does. To where 14 could come over into 13.
So this is the center lines right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit so we can get a better look at like roads and stuff. This is 10 Mile. This is Hoover. This is 11 Mile or 66. This is Veterans Memorial Park, Rink Park, or Renke. That's 12 Mile all the way up there. And 14 needs population like you.
Right. So if we were to take that section just above center line and add it into 14.
That area, like that area there, or?
Yes.
And we put that into 14?
Yeah, to bring the population, at least get it closer.
Yeah. So now 13 needs about, still needs to give up about 7,400. Now, whether there again, you can, this is Wayne County down here. You can continue moving population out of 13 into 14.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at that, I don't want to ignore the others. For example, 58 could still take some population up in this area. So you could shift some of this over to there.
Yeah, but for that 58's a whole lot closer than 14 is as far as population.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just throwing out there, the possibilities. Even 10 could take some. So if you had a community of interest, or I don't know, whatever, you could move some into 10 because 10 could still hold some numbers. 14 does need 24,000 plus.
So if we went straight east to center line with the communities in that area.
Like this.
Yeah.
That's a precinct, and that's another 3,300. And we can move that to 14 and 13 now. Technically, it's within 5%. It's 4.48% high. So I think I heard someone say at one point, plus or minus 5%. I don't know. You guys, that's your, keep up with that. Is that true? Y'all are doing plus or minus 5% on these maps? Or you trying to have y'all?
That was our rough goal, yeah.
Still, okay.
But we didn't want to be beyond that for sure.
Right.
Theoretically,
2.5. Because 5% in either direction.
Plus or minus, right?
2.5. But there are plenty of districts where, we drew a rough copy and then fixed it.
Right.
And I think we did that actually at the end.
Yeah, and it'd be pretty easy to put 2,000 people into another district all the way around it anywhere, just about. So, I mean, I'm not saying easy, that you have a lot of options, might be the better terminology.
So theoretically 14 within just need adjusted.
Yeah.
Okay.
14 is, still is going to cause major renovations in this area around it.
Are you satisfied with that, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Linton, or are you still working?
No, you're good.
Okay. So next is my turn. Can you kind of zoom out on the whole area, Kent?
Okay, you want me to, I'm gonna turn off the new precincts just to. I said that. I think I did exactly the opposite. There we go.
on my screen, I think there's a big delay from what you do, Kent. So bear with me. I think I'd like to go to the unassigned part between 9, 12, and 10, that little pocket there.
Yep.
Needs to be addressed. If you could assign all
I'm
of
gonna
that.
put on the
and give it-
neighborhoods, because I know that's a
Okay.
valuable asset at this point, and I need to get the names back up there. I'm gonna save it real quick while you're studying it, just to make sure we don't lose what we got. But that's Cornerstone Village East. You can read it.
Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you start a new number, whatever
Just
number
give
you
it 11. 'Cause
Okay.
that's not being
And
used.
so choose that whole unassigned area and Morningside to see how much population is.
All right, that's, general. We need to move those blocks out, but that's approximately 23,000. 24,000. You want to start with
Okay.
that?
So people can chime in if they know more about this community, but what I'm seeing might be good. Is move down, choose Chandler Park, Fox Creek.
Yeah, Chandler. Oh, the precinct of Chandler Park runs on up into here, but
Okay, yeah, choose all of that.
I mean, we can unassign it once you kind of get going with it.
Right.
And that runs over there, which
I
don't think we want to do. Oop.
And you, okay, what's the population there?
Let me get this screen straightened out. This area, of course, we're getting all the way down in here, but still, it's just a starting point. That area is 32,400.
Okay. So, assign that just as a starting point.
Yeah, you can't even see it, so I'm gonna give it another color.
Yeah.
And those two census blocks, I'm gonna put back into 12.
Yes, please.
So, yeah, let me change the color of 11 since I can't see it, so I know
I can't see it.
it's y'all's side up. Let's make it more gold.
Yeah, that's good.
In a couple of census blocks, we're splitting up a neighborhood a little bit, but I think we go back and change those once you got most of what you want.
Yeah.
The same way.
So, so I'm not familiar with this area other than the comments that we've heard. So I'm wondering if Brittany or anyone else thinks that it would be good to move into 9 and take some of that that corner that's sticking out there towards 11, or to move down towards,
River Bend.
yeah,
Jefferson
towards
Chalmers.
those. Anthony?
Well, we had the public comment today that talked about the old District 10, and that district was this area plus what Commissioner Kellum drew area drew earlier. And that comment said that it thought it was a fine community of interest. That's one comment.
You're talking about
Helps.
with the gross points?
Well, the previous district had this area here plus the gross points. That was the previous district. And we had that
Right.
public comment earlier today that said it's a fine community of interest, but I believe they said they'd rather it be with St. Clair Shores, which is what Commissioner Kellum drew.
Right.
So maybe you can take the remainder of it and, you know, do something with it.
Which was River Bend and,
It's like the unassigned areas right now.
yeah, okay,
You know, the downtown, these are downtown Detroit areas on the riverfront.
right.
The closer areas to the river, you know, you have the river walk, but this is all the downtown area until you get to the Grosse Pointe area, which is already assigned.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to highlight it so you can see some numbers.
yeah, that's what I was wanting to see.
I'm just throwing
And
some numbers up there for you to.
kind of, yeah, that square right there. I'd like to see the numbers. And Rebecca, you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest, because you have 8 kind of sitting there, I think that's 8 in the brown, that has too little population. Why not just take the bottom parts of 9, put them into, I think that's 11. And then you can take that excess from 9 and put it into 8, and you should have 2 districts if you do that.
Are you saying something like this?
Oh, yeah, Kent, how much do you have highlighted right now? What population?
All that is 40,000 and 11 needs more like 60,000. So even if you put all of this into 11, you still have quite well, I'm just going to go on down and get this whole.
Yeah, I'd like to see that population.
That all those numbers. That is 51,000 and you would still need about 8 more thousand after that. I mean, of course, this is downtown. You go all the whole area. All that in there, it would give you approximately 83,000. You'd still need a chunk of people to add to the.
Okay, so just for a first try, add that, assign that
11. All right.
to 11.
Well,
and then
my mistake. I just made that 12.
Oh, right.
Let me, I don't know, redo all that. I mean, these are drafts. We'll edit it all back like it's supposed to. I don't know what that error message is all about, so bear with me. 11 now needs 7,800.
Okay. The go to downtown Detroit. Yeah, just that.
This?
Just kind of, yeah, start right there and select some and let's see the population. Just kind of straight across.
Let me clear this out here.
I don't like that last.
I'm sorry. Okay. So this is 5,000 people and you're getting in the ballpark of it. Are you talking about maybe just more or less?
That's kind of what I'm seeing on my screen right now, but I think I'm delayed. Yeah, assign that. And then it looks to me like.
Okay, that is assigned, and now 11 is minus 2.51%.
Okay. Looks like Rebecca and Anthony, do you have something to add?
No, I'm good.
I was gonna suggest if you are gonna be going into 9, instead of taking that east side of 9 and putting it into 11, I would maybe go further with what you just did and taking the rest of the downtown, midtown, and medical center areas.
More like that or something.
Yeah, and then putting 9, more of 9 back to how it was, but that's just my suggestion. I think it makes a little bit more sense community-wise. Well, right now, the community of interest, I think, is quite good in 9 because it has, the midtown, the new center areas, the university areas, and some of the Bengali APIA community of interest. But if you wanted to go this route, you'd be putting midtown and medical center with downtown and the rest of the riverfront, which also makes sense. So it's whatever you want to do.
9 right
Right.
now is mostly Hamtramck and the Bangladeshi community.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
Hamtramck and
actually
the
do it.
surrounding area is Bangladeshi, not the university district.
So Kent, what is the population that you have selected right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, I kind of was just, and we need, the precincts don't match up to neighborhoods really.
Right, that's what I'm
here.
seeing.
So I was kind of trying to figure out. We need to do it by blocks. You got a minute, we'll do it by blocks and try to have it follow neighborhoods better, because I know that's the goal or a major consideration. Like all this. But you get into, are you going to follow precincts or neighborhoods or,
Well, at this point, I think neighborhoods,
yeah, I mean, that seems
at least,
the
at least pretty
consensus.
closely.
Yeah. So it's slower doing these blocks, as we're all well aware, but we want to follow neighborhoods. That's what we got to do. In the medical center. So that right there is 7,500 people. And they'd make 11 over. I got to fix that. There's a little piece of 12 right there. It would be over by a certain amount, but
Well,
we could take Jeffries off. And that would kind of be more like it, I think.
I think, instead of that, the part that isn't assigned yet, don't assign that. It looks to me like we need to finish out a neighborhood. It's in 9, right? Madugal. It's south of
Oh,
Madugal.
that right there.
Yeah, it looks like that needs to
Agreed.
be assigned in 11 just to finish out that neighborhood. And then I see another one too.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm concerned. But anyway, where are we at? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so that one, and yeah, where your cursor just was to the left. Right, to finish out that neighborhood by Brush Park.
Okay. And
okay,
where's Midtown? Is this all Midtown right here?
I can't tell if where that line
It
is.
is.
If that's a pink line.
It's that red line.
Okay, so we're breaking up that neighborhood right now.
Yeah.
Yes, this part is Midtown.
Okay, so can you put all of those blocks in with 9 so that they're with
Yes.
the rest of Midtown?
Yes. 9.
There's still a, oh, no, maybe not. I think there's a little one there, but
I don't know that's unassigned in a neighborhood, so it's the
Okay.
median of the interstate or highway or road or whatever. And I saw something right here. I don't know what it was, but there's something in there. Is that better?
okay. So I'm gonna say if I had,
Well, actually, isn't this McDougal Hunt crosses right here, I believe. Am I wrong?
I can't tell the difference on my screen between the neighborhood lines and like where the district lines change. So
Yeah, I think
I can't
I can
tell.
tell. Let me just do this real quick and you'll be able to tell. We'll know. Yeah, this McDougal Hunt comes all the way down here.
Okay.
This is not the neighborhood, so it's yeah.
Okay, so 9 needs to go up. Okay, so assign the rest of that McDougal Hunt neighborhood to 9. Please. Okay, so
your
Yes.
9, it says it needs 32,000 people. Is that right?
I
Did
don't
we
know.
move that many? Let me recalculate this real quick.
Okay, while you're doing that, Anthony, you have something?
Just a quick question. Kent, you just drew a triangle.
Yeah.
What button did you push to do that? I've only been able to draw in squares or by selecting individual blocks or precincts.
Yeah, that's a special function that will cost you a lot of money. Or I can just tell you, this edit tools, right here, select box, select polygon, point to point to point to point. And then you double click and it does that. Did you catch that?
Yes, thank you. It's pretty
Thank you.
cool.
Yeah. Normally when I use it, the line is much thinner. I don't know why it's thick right now. I'll get that fixed later. But especially if we're doing blocks and here along a river or anywhere, you can kind of click, 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 done. Okay. 11 is good. 9 does need 32,000. Let me, I still want to do this.
And can you
Well, I
zoom
guess
out
we
a
did
little when you get
simply
to?
alter 9. So 9 needs 32,000. Because we
Can you
took,
zoom out a little bit?
like 9 is 32,000 down and 11 is 2.5% down. So
Well, okay, I just wanted to get that unassigned portion assigned. That I don't know if I'm real happy with this. I'm sure it'll be changed as we move along. So we can move on.
it had to be done.
So next is Commissioner Zatella.
Okay, can you kind of shift the map north a bit so that I can see Lincoln Park?
Oh, move it. Yeah, you want to come down here to River
Yeah.
Ridge, Lincoln Park,
Yeah,
Eastport.
there, right there. And can you zoom in a little bit? Just trying to orient myself here.
There's Allen Park, Lincoln Park. Oh, that's the river or canal, whatever. Rouge.
Yeah. So do you happen to have that communities of interest map that I had sent out like a week or so ago?
I do not.
Okay, all right, I'll just freeform it. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to select, and I'm sorry, the print is really small, that one unassigned area just to the east of Dearborn.
East of Dearborn.
Yeah, right where your mouse just was. Go down a
Spring
little bit.
Wells neighborhood.
Yeah, we're gonna take that too, but I wanted you to go farther down into that pocket, kind of, yeah, that area.
Boynton, this is
Mhm,
Boynton,
mhm.
River Rouge, all
Yep.
these.
All those.
Ah, sorry about that. I'm getting. Start with that.
Yep, just start with all of those areas. We're just gonna, I don't know if you have a district number in mind,
I
but
did
just-
one because that's where one was. And
Okay.
that's two, and there's three. So
so if you could pull the map north so we can go a little farther south. I just need to see what's down there.
Ecorse, Lincoln Park.
So we come down there. So can you select the just above where the number 2 is, that precinct right above it? So just above that. Right above it. Yep, right there. One
This-
over.
Not this one.
I'm trying to. Yeah, take that one too, and the one next to it. One to the west of it. I'm sorry, I should give you better
Okay,
directions.
let me.
That's all right. I'm sorry.
So this is Allen Park right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab Lincoln Park because I'm focused on the Hispanic community of
Okay.
interest. So parts of Lincoln Park were part of that. So I'm trying to just grab parts of Lincoln Park.
Okay, now
Yep,
start right here.
Yep, right there. Go above that. Grab that spot.
Oh, I get new and add. So you want to go east here?
Yep.
All the way to the river?
Yep, all the way to the river. Well, actually, not all the way. So you see that yellow street coming down? I want you to stop there.
There?
Right there, and then add a little bit more to the bottom of those 2 precincts you just highlighted. You should be able to just grab full precincts right there, and then the one over.
This one?
Yep. Okay, and then you can go ahead and add those in to 1. And then we're going to pull back up into Detroit and just start selecting western or easterly towards to meet towards
This?
this. Yep, there you go.
Delray and all that.
Yep.
And go all
I
the way to, go to Corktown.
Yep, so I want you to grab that precinct that's northerly right now.
Not that one. Let me clear this. I'm getting a little bold.
That's all right.
Claytown, Michigan.
Yep, Claytown. Grab the neighborhood above it.
Midwest.
Yep. So what population is that?
That is 26,000 and we need 32, so.
32. Okay, so grab the 2, go farther south and grab the 2 precincts below that are not highlighted yet.
Right here where my cursor is,
Yep,
that's 33,000,
and we needed 32.
yes.
So
Now
go
you
ahead and
can-
add those in.
Yeah, you can see it's kind of split in neighborhoods, but you can clean that up as you go, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, Central Southwest is kind of cut up based on the precinct boundary, not because we were moving blocks or anything.
Yeah, can you try select that precinct and see kind of how that precinct extends? And what the population is, so do both of those.
Those 2 little pieces are 2,900.
And we're at what right now?
That would be, you're 23 under. Oh, no, I take it back. You're 500 over. So actually this would fit and then you could work with.
Yeah, so put that in. And if we need to, we can take the precinct above it off.
This one or Midwest?
Let's take off one of Midwest.
Yeah, we can take that off more or less.
Okay.
And where do you want to put it? Does it unassign it or?
Just unassign it for now. Yeah.
So your District 1 is 2.23 high, 2,000 people high,
What is it percentage wise?
2.23 high.
2.23. Okay, so we're below 2.5. So that's good. I'm done.
So next is Commissioner Follett.
Excuse, 1 point.
Go ahead. Yeah.
District 2 right now is split in half.
Right.
It's discontiguous, so I don't know if Commissioner Zatella would want to deal with this now or later.
So what is this? This is an unassigned area?
No, District 2, we divided into 2 pieces.
I would say leave it for now because we're gonna have to come back and make adjustments later anyway.
Sure, okay.
Commissioner Eid.
I'm wondering if maybe we want like 2 different options at this point. I mean, District 2, the one that was just changed, I mean, I don't believe it was even challenged. And if it was challenged, it didn't, it wasn't ruled unconstitutional. I think we're kind of getting to the point where we might be changing a little much. Now it is Commissioner Satella's turn, so she can do what she wants. But, we can make options, we can make copies. 2,
Right.
I'm concerned with, now we're gonna have to fix 2, it's gonna change the whole map.
I think Commissioner Zatella is finished, but at any point when it's someone's turn, they can start a new map.
Yeah.
I think we'll end up with several options.
May I respond, Chair Orton?
Sure.
Yeah, this is actually a district that goes into Detroit, and it was originally District 1, because that was the district we were trying to maintain a Latino X community of interest on. So I'm redrawing that district along those same lines to honor that community of interest, and it also includes portions of Detroit. So I think it's perfectly within scope, and we are going to have to adjust boundaries throughout the entire Metro Detroit area. That's just the reality, and the court specifically contemplated that. So, I mean, it's almost a mostly Detroit district, honestly.
Commissioner Lang.
I guess I just kind of wanted to echo what Commissioner Zatella just said at the beginning of our meeting. Even Mr. Brace talked about how with the lawsuit that the court said there's possibilities that other districts would have to be changed. And if we really think about it, when we were doing those districts to get the BVAP to within a certain percentage points, we did kind of mangle a bunch of communities of interest. So I don't see a problem with it, especially when this is our first draft anyways. Thanks.
Hey, Commissioner Follett.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, then Commissioner Wagner.
I'm kind of hamstrung because I would be drawing blind. So if Commissioner Zatella is open to it, if she could be my eyes, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'd be willing to help.
Thank you.
So Kent, I think what we need to do is fill in that open area that's between the district Cynthia created and what I just created. So can we kind of pull the map down a little bit so that's more central?
I have a point. It seems to be,
Uh-oh. Did you save?
well, what I was trying to do is fix it. It came back. So just give me a moment to save everything.
Yeah, please do.
And down here, somehow we selected a precinct up there and it moved see how we're getting these funny things down through here. That's a water block, and I'm just
The waterfront. We always have to go back in and readjust that because it randomly assigns.
That's what I was doing when it aired out, but we'll come back to it. There's no population. It's just that water line. Okay. I just want to make note of that for everybody that could see what we were doing. I was not changing numbers. Okay.
Yeah.
District number.
Yeah. So I think we probably need a new district here.
I'm just looking at how many people is it? We have unassigned 1 million people still, so what district number are we missing? Oh, 9 needs to be much bigger. I'm just trying to figure out what note. What ones are we got? 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That the reality of it is we're actually not missing area. Okay, this doesn't seem right. It shows District 2 as being way oversized. That can't be right. We took area away from District 2. Let's rebuild this plan.
I was just gonna suggest that you rebuild it and save it.
I knew something went wrong. It's like, okay. Oh yeah, it's the number, something's definitely askew. Okay, much better. No. 2 still just doesn't seem right. That can't be right.
It doesn't like discontiguous district.
Yeah. Let me I'm gonna do census blocks and I'm gonna connect. I see what the problem is. All this is
It's showing as a different district.
in 2 places. Okay.
Yeah. How is that possible?
It's not. So what we're going to do is kind of just back up here and reinvent and just do what that goes to 1. That goes to 1. And I was getting those errors and I'm just gonna temporarily, of course, I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assign that's a single precinct,
Mm-hmm.
the E course, into 1 just to see if it fixes what. It still doesn't make any sense why 2 has.
Is there a District 2 somewhere else?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we're gonna.
And you rebuilt the plan?
Yes. Well, that's all of 2. We took so much out of 2, it doesn't make any sense that it could possibly be.
Overpopulation. Yeah.
I'm hoping somebody that knows what they're looking at. So all the contiguities are probably down along the water. I'm going to exit out and come back in. I mean, I don't have any, it's your basic back up and start over kind of thing. As we all know, we don't want to get too deep into this and have all the numbers erroneous.
Alright.
So I don't know if you guys can hear me. I guess you can.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna rebuild it once again because the matrix is still well off.
Commissioner Orton, do we want to just take a break for 10 minutes while he does this and come back?
Sure.
Does anyone need to take a break?
We will take a break and be back at 12 noon.
Don't we have lunch coming up? Or is it at 1?
It's at 1.
Ah, okay.
If we have everyone back, we can resume mapping.
Commissioner, I was on the phone with Kent before and then Ryan came in to help him. So I don't know if he's ready yet.
Okay, we'll resume as soon as we get Kent back.
Yep. Yep.
Sorry, I'm back. What I did was I had to delete all District 2 and recreate it. So there must be some dicey geometry in that geographic area. And for whatever reason, it bit us. So we'll get that worked out. If we run into it again, or rather we don't, at lunch, I'll contact Fred and pass along. We had a problem right in that area. The numbers look pretty correct now. So we can continue when y'all are ready. Thank you.
Could you share your screen again so we can see?
Oh, that, it just works so much better when you do that. So, like I said, 2 now is about the way we left it. 1 is pretty much its whole precincts. Is that not what you were expecting, Rebecca?
No, that looks good.
And
So do we have an open district right now?
technically, no.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So can you, just to kind of open things up, take that part of 8 that's north of 9 and just for now reassign it to 9? And then we can use 8 for this district I'm going to try to create. Does that make sense?
Yes, because that's 8, 9, and 2 are the ones missing all the people.
Yeah.
Though there again, I mean, I know you know this, but for the commissioners maybe that haven't been studying it, haven't had as much experience, 2 is down 33,000 people.
Yeah.
So at some point that's going to have to be made whole. And somehow, somewhere.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay. So 8, we're going, that area of 8 now is going to become 9.
And that may put 9 over. I realize that, but it's just.
I don't think so. 9 is way down. I mean, it could, but I don't think so. Actually, you're still going to have to add quite a bit to 9.
Okay.
So. And then we could go back and use 8 for this area. What area of 8 are you, I mean, where are we gonna?
So we're just going to start at the riverfront and just go up.
Okay.
And I think we're probably going to need to go up to about Highland Park, and we are going to grab that part of 4 and just put it into this new district.
Okay.
That kind of robot arm.
Yeah. We'll start with that being 8. So come all the way. Okay. Is this what you?
Yep, just bring it up.
And tell me when you want to start.
So just keep going north. I want you to basically go up to, if you can see just outside of where 4 is, that area called Highland Park, I think that's probably where we're going to have to go up to.
I'm gonna make 8 a different color so we can distinguish it
See
from
it, yeah.
4. Yes. So, go straight up this vertical road here.
Yep.
Like,
Grab that part of 4.
and just shout at me if I'm getting out of bounds. Something like that.
Yep. And then I would just grab all of Highland Park. Yep, and just put that into our District 8. Is that 8? And let me know where we're at population wise.
8 is, it shows as being 28,000 under.
28,000 under. So just start going easterly, grabbing those additional precincts.
And we're starting to, split up neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Let me change this up a little bit.
What is the population on that?
Well, yeah, that is 26,000.
And we're trying to add how much?
28,000, but this is detached here. So do you want to go ahead and take this area here?
Yeah,
That's
let's
part
go
of
ahead
mine.
and do that.
Just to make
And
it,
we might need to back off that other area that's jutting out. So what is that at now?
that's 30,000. That'll put you,
Over.
yeah, over, but within, it's 2.3% over.
Okay. All right. So I just leave it. I think that's good. Aaron, I know you can't really see it, but it's basically just riverfront up to Highland Park to, kind of nice compact district seated between 2 other districts.
I'm just getting the neighborhoods up here.
Oops, I apparently forgot to unmute myself. I said, as long as it's contiguous, Rebecca, and we don't have jutting edges everywhere, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So next is Commissioner Weiss.
Okay, I guess, Ken, could you scroll out a little and then bring up some of the totals? I'm just trying to figure out where we need to go. Obviously, we have open area, which
All right,
I fill in, but go ahead and do whatever you need to do.
Okay, what we have here is the numbers, 2 is down 33,000, 4 is down 10,000, 9 is down 16,000, 14 is down 21,000, and the unassigned is, the unassigned is almost 41,000. So you see the unassigned area right here?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Let me look here. See what we've got.
And 2 is in 2 pieces.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that one.
But that population that needs to go into 2 right now is all the way up here.
Yeah, right.
So,
okay, let me look a little bit more here. Let's see, District 14 is down. what I wanted to do was try to do something with 14 and 13 up there, but I'm not sure what's the best approach. What I was thinking was taking on District 13 in the bottom left corner, that straight down piece to the left, to your, yeah, right, no, in the 13. Go down to the left a little more. Oh, too far, young man. Right there. Oh, you just went by it. Just over a little bit.
Right or left over?
Left. Next district or next precinct or whatever that is. Yes, that one. What is the population on that one?
Okay, it is 3,400.
Okay, so if we take that off of 13 and add it to 14. Yeah, would you go ahead and add that in quick?
The 14?
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder about what I'm, okay, 3,400.
Yes. Okay.
So, yeah. So 13, that population wise is ideal. Within 641 people of ideal, so.
Now, I take 14 is still short.
Yep, 17,000. When you display the populations for the precincts,
Yeah, if I could, that might help some. I don't like the looks of that too well, but I guess I don't know what else to take a shot at. And if anybody has any suggestions, I'm more than happy to have you speak up, please. Okay, all right.
Looks like Anthony has a suggestion.
Anthony, speak right up, young man. Don't wait. Hand ain't necessary.
You're looking at 7 and 14 now, or are you looking at?
Well, it's more 14 because 7 looks real good. 14 still a little bit short there by 17. So my thought was maybe to go down and grab some of 9. I don't like the looks of it though, and add that to it because 13 is real good also. So unless we were to take some of 7, but I like, give me a thought here.
What you could do is take the the part of 7 Madison Heights that is currently in 14. You could assign that to 7, and then you could unassign the Wayne County districts of 7 and put them into 14. And if you do that, well, if you do that, it'll do a couple things. One, it'll fix the population, and 2, we had somebody say earlier that they'd rather see these districts straddle 2 counties instead of all 3. That
Yes.
kind of makes
Right.
it so that it's only 2. You'd have one being only in Oakland County and the other being in Wayne County and Detroit.
Okay, Ken, would you do that, please?
okay, I know from experience, if you take all of this part of Oakland and put it in 7, it makes a district.
Okay.
So is that what you're saying? Look at it.
Yes, that's what Anthony suggested. I'm trying to, fix 14 up, and it looks like maybe that would work.
So, yeah.
Once we do this.
Is that what we're talking about? Put this in to 7. And then take all of this and put it in the 14.
I believe that's what you said, Anthony, isn't it?
Well, it's your turn, Commissioner Weiss. I don't want to steal.
I
your
know, but
time.
I'm asking for help because you know this area more than I do.
If you do that, and I think take a few of those northern Detroit neighborhoods, it would work.
Okay. I don't want to get out of bounds here. Are we talking about putting this into 14 now, the yellow?
Yes,
area?
give it a, yeah, let's try that and see what it looks like.
So, 14 still needs 15,000. 7 is 3.35% under. So 7 still needs some. 14 still needs, a lot. So, which I was hearing saying either take 14 into 7 and 7 down into Wayne, or take 7 into 14 and 14 down into Wayne. Is that what I was
Right.
hearing?
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking at the numbers here. All right, let's take. Don't want to go below that, but I guess we're gonna have to. Take off down below 7 to the left, 1,600.
So
Yes,
that-
right there. Put that into 7, please.
Yes. Like both of those or one of those
Actually do both.
or
It
more?
still keeps us within the, I think about 1,000 less than we would.
Yeah.
Not
So
quite.
7 is 0.94% low.
Okay. I'll keep that. And then on, let's see, 14.
14 needs roughly 15,000 plus.
Okay, hold on. So if we go down to the right corner of 14 there, District 772, take that, the next one, 1306, 15 and 15
Yep.
and 584.
All right, that's 4,200. Need another
Okay,
10,000.
all right,
So-
and
Commissioner
ahead.
Weiss, just a
Yes.
suggestion. So if you follow the western edge of Macomb and go down towards Hamtramck, if you remember, that was identified as a Bangladeshi community of interest.
Yes, I know.
So yeah, on the kind of the west side, not the side you're on. And then you
Right.
could use what you have selected right now, because isn't 9 under as well?
Yes, 9 is.
Yes, 9 is under
significantly
quite a
under
bit.
as well.
Yeah, so you could put that into 9 and then just go south on the west edge, and then you're preserving that community of interest, which we have record of being requested to be kept together.
All
Just a
right, Ken,
suggestion.
would you do that then, please?
I'm just highlighting it. You guys
Sure.
do what you need to do.
Commissioner Ede, you had something as well?
I was just gonna say, Commissioner Weiss, instead of using the block numbers, you might be better served to pull up the neighborhood overlay and use that
Okay.
Yeah, that would
instead of
make
the
sense.
precinct numbers.
Yes, that's true. All right, Ken, could you do that, please?
Okay, so Butler, Pershing, Farrell, I'm sorry. I keep getting off track here. It's just, I'm just coarsely doing it, not doing it as maybe as neat as it should be done, but
Yes, do what you need to do. You have a good eraser. I know that.
so. And there's a little piece in here that's in 9. I don't know if you'd want to, Hamtramck is this area in here. But this
Madam
area right
Chair?
here, this area right here is
Yes, I just want to let it be known for the record that I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Noted at 12:20. Thank you, Commissioner Lane.
So this area we're looking at here is
Yes.
60, it's 16,000, and that pretty much fits the number for 14 that you're looking for. I'm
All
not
right,
saying
go-
that's what you want to do.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
that-
want to, yeah, go ahead and put it in. Let's
That's
see
the
what it
number I'm
looks
looking
like.
at. So, now 14 is 1.35 high. And I mean, you might need to go in here and move some blocks around to, make neighborhoods whole. But that's,
Okay.
big picture. Like this area is still unassigned.
What if we take off Davidson there? Put that, unassign that, take that out of 14. That'll bring my number down a little.
And now 14 is 0.59% over.
And right next to Davison, what's that little block there, right next to Grant? What, yeah, that little bitty one there. Is that?
That was just part of this is one precinct right there here.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
So
was.
it's kind of like, but yet it's split in a neighborhood. So you're either going to split precincts. How about this? Is it, Craneswood is here. These blocks would go to this district.
Sure, go ahead, do that,
These
please.
blocks and all these blocks would stay together to make
Right.
districts whole.
Okay,
I
yeah,
mean,
fix
neighborhoods
Craneswood.
whole, my apologies. So let's grab these blocks. And district 14. Oh, come on. Yeah, okay. How about this? So yeah. That neighborhood line doesn't fall right on a census block boundary, so it's I don't know, 6 of one, half dozen other. But District 14 now is within 40.05%.
Okay, I guess I'm satisfied with that. Any comments? Anybody would like to make some changes accordingly? Because I do not know the districts or the neighborhoods down there, obviously. So I would need to rely on Commissioner Eid and Commissioner Zatella and Juanita and Brittany. I guess Brittany's not here, but any comments, please?
Well, I wonder, maybe you already addressed it, but that little triangle.
I was thinking about that. How many's in there, Kent? Do you know?
It can't be many. Let's go over here and see what we got. I'll select them. And yeah, it's 111. So
Oh yeah, that could be. Well, that'll put me over a little bit
but
farther.
only you're still
But not much, right? Yeah.
0.07%.
Yeah.
And it's a whole neighborhood, so
Okay, I guess I will leave that way. I'm done. Thank you.
To whoever's next or whoever wants is, I would suggest assigning these neighborhoods at least, either to 9 or 14. Sherwood, Norton, Mount Olivet, Grant, just because they're getting
They're becoming an island. So Commissioner Andrada is next.
Abstain. Pass.
Passing, okay. So Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, so I would take you up on that suggestion. Let's take those isolated communities over there on the east and assign them to 9. 9's missing people.
yes.
4 is missing people.
I'm kind of gone a little bit further, but and all of that. So that's stick those in 9. I mean, that they need to be somewhere. You can always put them back down.
So 9's okay. That gets 9 up to, what is that number? I can't read it.
9 is is 4,800 under. I suggest, I move this part of this neighborhood into 9. It probably should go back into 14.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. I need to get better at selecting districts. All right. And okay.
And can you zoom out just a little bit? I want to see what's, maybe not quite that much, but I just wanted to see what's left and who's missing people so far. We got 4 and 9 are too small still.
Correct. As is 2.
Okay, so maybe move the map
So
up.
2 and 4. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 2 is down here.
Yeah.
Let me cut this neighborhood layer off again so it's easy to envision or to see plain long. So you got 2 well below. I mean, a third of a district needs to go down in this area. And here's that population. 4 needs 10,000.
So let's add some people to 4. I mean, you've got some open spaces there. We can just take it up there and give a really jagged edge, or you can cut some off of 5 and 6 and make it more reasonable looking. And then we can expand 5 and 6 over to the right.
That is your call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make 4 some zebra going all the way up the screen. So take across the top there, the unassigned area, and square it up and see what that gets us. And then if I need to add in some more, I'll take some off of 5.
Yeah. So that's really not going to have much of an impact on it.
No, but if you take it all the way up to, I mean, the green is kind of jutting down. Just go all the way up to where that green tooth is sticking down. And you've got that unassigned space over there. Let's go ahead and put that into 4. What does that give us now?
Put all that in a 4.
Sure.
Okay, so now 4 is 2.53% high. And 6 is still within, it's 0.8% high, so 6 hasn't been particularly impacted. 5 is 1.24. 9 still needs, 5,000 people. And really the issue is down there at 2. That's 33,000 people that need to be.
Well, I could try to fix 2, except that I know Commissioner Satella had a specific goal she was going after down there in terms of a community of interest that I'm not familiar with, so I don't really want to mess with that. I'll let her figure out how she wants to handle that issue. But we still have this unassigned space here, and some of it needs to go to 9, and some of it needs to go, well, the 2, is it only 9 that's missing people other than 2? I don't care about 2.
I mean, 9 can use 5,000. 8's a little over. 7 could, they're good. The numbers are good. I guess what I'm saying is 7 could hold more people. 9 has to have more people. And the unassigned values right now, we have only 1,300. No, that is not right. We got a lot more than 1,300 unassigned.
Yeah.
Bear with me just a moment. So,
well, my take on it, I don't know what everybody else's process is to just put the population in a district where it needs to go as contiguously as possible, and then we'll jigger around the actual borders. But let's just get the population assigned to a district. So if 9 is missing some, take those ones up on the northwest corner that go up like an angle and put them in 9. Let's put it there and see what happens to the numbers.
I need to turn the neighborhood layer back on. That area, that's 10,000 people, and 9 needs not nearly that many. So. let's
So maybe
see.
don't go so far north.
That's 5,000, and 9 needs about 5,000. And that's a split neighborhood. So let me cut the neighborhood layer back on. So you'd probably want to get all of the neighborhood in there.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. That's fine.
So that's no, all right. And then I need like to fix the neighborhood right here, but this piece
So
of
does
neighborhood.
anyone know of one specific community of interest that's compelling for this unassigned region that needs to be kept together? Or are these just neighborhoods that are contiguous?
No, there was nothing that I recall from here. The Palmer Park, which is just west of there, was a community of interest, but that wouldn't be implicated here because it's farther over. So you're not splitting anything that I know of as a community of interest. I don't think there was anything from this area.
Okay.
Why is it doing that?
Okay, so if you zoom out just a little bit, I can see that if we're going to take stuff from 2, what's that going to impact? That was probably going to mess up.
It's made, the movement is kind of herky-jerky. But yeah.
I mean, all of the other neighborhoods besides 2 and 9 are where they need to be. So I don't want to mess with 2, but I'm trying to figure out if we put stuff in there, what's going to get what's going to lose population. So we know where we put that other population that's still waiting up north. Where will it need to go? And I guess I don't know the answer to that until we figure out what happens to 2 and how much that impacts things north of it or west.
Well, I think we still have a lot of cleanup farther north. And those changes will kind of push down towards 2. So
okay, you want to do north first?
Well, I mean, it's not my turn, but when it comes to my turn, I would honestly combine 5 and 6 into making like an Oakland County district and a Detroit district, so that the portions of 5 and 6 that are in Oakland County are together and the portions below are together as well. And that will start to push down some changes kind of through 4. And then, we've got that 16, 17, 18 configuration where we have like half of Livonia with Detroit, half of Redford with Detroit, where we can adjust there too, because those were all.
Okay, so a process question to the commission here. We're right now very focused on population, very focused on communities of interest. At what point and how do we evaluate the political impact of our redistricting?
When we're done.
So that's when we're done. No, I think the last thing we do is do an evaluation against the Voting Rights Act. When do we look at what the political considerations are? This question, I don't know how you guys have done it before.
You can't run partisan fairness on a map that's not complete. So because this map is not complete, you would not be able to run it right now. You have to have all the population assigned in order to run it.
So the process then is to get the population assigned, make sure we're putting the communities of interest together, and then do a political analysis and adjust from there?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see, what do we have? We have 9 left that still need some population.
Commissioner E, do you have something that might help?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I don't think that's the only way to evaluate political fairness. I mean, we had 7 districts that got shut down. And we know we have the data of the partisan makeup of those districts. It might help to have a list of the partisan makeup of those districts, which we can get, and compare them to the districts that we're making in real time. And, you know, make sure that it's the same approximate. It's never going to be exactly the same, but you can have an approximate list of the makeup of the districts.
I think that would be helpful. I agree.
I'd just like to note, I'm just assigning these water blocks to District 10 so that it looks like we expect it to look. They were just unassigned. Shouldn't have been any population.
Commissioner Callahan, are you still working on your turn or are you?
No, I'm finished. Thank you. But I would like to understand how we're doing the political analysis and when that comes into play. So are we going to like reach a consensus on how we want to approach that, or?
Personally, I like doing it by population and the communities of interest, the neighborhoods that we know, and then take a look at it once we get that done kind of naturally, and then see what we need to change. But
okay,
we can discuss it.
I'm not pushing one way or another. I'm just trying to understand the process.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just going to echo that because communities of interest and population, contiguous boundaries, those are all earlier ranked criteria. Partisan fairness is number 4, so it's pretty far down the list. So, I mean, certainly individual commissioners are welcome to kind of look at historic data and you know, look at the numbers here. But I think the primary focus that we followed, and we probably should follow today, is just get a map done, and then we can run the partisan fairness on it.
Next is Commissioner Curry. Are you there, Commissioner Curry? Commissioner Curry, if you're speaking, you're on mute, so we can't hear anything. So let's move on to Anthony Eade, and we'll come back and see if Commissioner Curry's there after.
You know, I'd really like her to have a turn. This
This
is our second round. I'm more than willing to wait until we can get her on. I think her input's pretty valuable at this point. And we have lunch at 1. So
right.
I mean, I can go, but I'd rather, you know, can we give it a few minutes to see if we can get her on?
Why don't you take your turn?
Unfortunately, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Eade, we have not been able to make contact. We'll continue to try, but that's where we are.
Okay,
I
then
see Nate has something.
Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thought I might jump in now while we hopefully are able to take some time here to connect with Commissioner Curry. I just had a couple things I wanted to mention. As a follow-up to the discussion that we had earlier about the mapping procedures document, we've done a review of that document, and I wanted to mention overall, there was I think maybe some uncertainty about whether or not there is a document that's still controlling the mapping process. And that document that was reviewed was adopted by the commission a couple of years ago now, back in 2021. And as a public body, an ongoing public body, that's still what's controlling this process. And you're following that process by going through, you know, commissioner to commissioner and taking turns and following that process. And so that's there. And as I indicated, I wanted to hopefully offer some suggestions for some changes that the commission could consider in light of the court opinion that we received in the AG case. And specifically, I would recommend that the commission remove references to RPV and consultation with VRA council through the mapping process. As we know, there's the review of the completed maps at the end by VRA council in the new process that you've adopted. But to the extent that there are references to, and I'm just pulling up the document right here, input from RPV and VRA consultants through the mapping process, it would be my recommendation that the commission remove those references in the mapping process and procedures document. So I just wanted to, like I said, jump in now and make that recommendation. There are some specific citations or specific page numbers and references that I can provide to you, but again, it would be my recommendation that the commission take that up and modify and amend the document to be consistent with the process that I believe the commission intends to follow going forward. And additionally, this particular document that is the controlling one references that the mapping process was for the procedure of the time period of August 20th through October 11th, which was of 2021. Obviously, that's no longer applicable. And so I would also suggest that the commission amend that in addition to the, obviously the detailed schedule that has a number of dates that are no longer applicable, that were only applicable to the 2021 mapping time period. So I just wanted to offer that. And additionally, Kim Brace appropriately provided the reference to the court's decision earlier this morning, where he discussed the fact that the court acknowledged that the commission may need to modify districts that were not struck down. But I want to emphasize that the court said that the commission should only do that where reasonably necessary. So we need to make sure that we are cognizant of that and aware of that, and that the commission keeps that in mind during its mapping process. So the commission needs to provide and should be providing a rationale as to why it would be reasonably necessary to make modifications to maps to districts that were not struck down by the court. I just wanted to provide that as a suggestion to the commission as it's moving forward. And that's all I have for right now. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Fink?
Okay, yeah, just as Mr. Fink, Commissioner Orton can send me those changes so I can get them out to the commission so that they can have a clean copy, an updated copy.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll talk to you offline. I just need to get a Word version of the current controlling document. So
sure,
get that. Thank you.
Anthony, did you have a question?
A question about the document, if that's okay. I have a little bit of a process concern that I'd like to talk about. Is there... One moment. I think there's a little bit of a difference between like us helping commissioners out with when it's their turn, like how Rebecca just did with Donna, for example. I think that's totally fine, or like how I did with Richard a little while ago. But I also don't think it's fair if we have one commissioner, no matter who it is, getting multiple turns because other commissioners are giving them their turn. And that goes for all of us. It's not directed at any one person. If that were me myself, I'd be saying the exact same thing. So I'm wondering if there's anything in our process that encourages folks to, you can ask for help, but actually drawing, the districts when it's not your turn, it makes an unfair scenario where we're not all equally weighted in this. And just wanted to point that out.
I think what the document says is that people are encouraged not to pass, and yet that is an option. to pass. That's how it addresses it.
Right, well, I'm saying, do we want to keep it like that, or do we maybe look into that? Because I do think there is a little bit of a fairness question on if, you know, I don't think anybody should have more of a say over anybody else. We should all have an equal say. And I'm not sure if we continue going down this path, if that's what's going to happen.
Commissioner Lang, do you have something to add?
Yes, ma'am, I do. In the first mapping process, there were actually times when commissioners took multiple turns before it was my turn and drew several districts. We are supposed to be working on these collaboratively. If I'm not familiar with an area, just as I did the first time when we mapped and I asked Commissioner Witches to help me because I was not familiar, there's nothing wrong. And I'm sorry if somebody's going to get their panties all up in a bunch because I asked a particular commissioner, and this is what it is. Again, I have the right as commissioner, exactly. Everybody's voice is equal. I asked for help from a particular commissioner, and then even Commissioner Kellum came in. So to sit there and try and put into our rules that a commissioner cannot ask another commissioner, you don't like the district I drew, change it your turn. But my turn, I should be able to do what I want. And that's all I got. And I hope that didn't come across too snotty because that was not the intent.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be collaborative. We followed the same process the last time around. We would have people asking for help. Many of the commissioners are not from the Detroit area. They don't know the Detroit area, just like Richard did on his turn. He asked for help. And other commissioners who are from the area chime in. I think that's normal. And I think all you have to do is look at our progress today. I mean, we've mapped most of Detroit just in 3 hours. We're working together. So I don't think we should be kind of staking out claims and you know, trying to put guardrails up onto who can help and who can't help. The important thing is we get these maps done and we get them done quickly. And, you know, we can create alternative maps if you want to, but it just seems silly to not use resources and not tap resources because somebody wants to, you know, resource guard, which is what this sounds like.
Commissioner Callahan?
Okay, I'm going to stay out of this little squabble and direct my question to Mr. Fink. I wonder if you could give us some specific guidance on what the court might mean when they say reasonable. What kind of reasons would they find acceptable? Because sometimes the legal term is not necessarily the layman's term. So any guidance you can give us here, I'd appreciate.
Thank you, Commissioner Callahan. I think Commissioners Zatella and Lett would appreciate if I could come up with the answer to what reasonable means. I reference them because they're also lawyers. It's difficult for me to give you pure, you know, I think clear guidance on that, frankly. I think you just sort of think of like kind of what a reasonable person would think in your circumstances, right? Like if you're just going out to a district that doesn't need to be touched and you just think that it wasn't done fairly during the last round, but there's no reference from the court about that and it wasn't struck down. And there's no reason to move population around to help with one of the unconstitutional districts. In that circumstance, for example, that might not, you know, be reasonable. But if you've got, you know, for example, a couple of districts here that are right in the middle of a couple of or a few of the what the court has deemed to be unconstitutional districts, I could see that the court would be reasonable to assume that the court might receive that as reasonable to tweak those districts that are within that.
So for example, I can understand where those districts that are in the middle, we say it was reasonable, we had to chop into them. So those kind of make sense to me because that's directly related to redrawing the specific districts. But is it reasonable to make changes where we say, I can point to the criteria to, for example, say I'm strengthening a community of interest. I wanted to strengthen it the first time around, but I didn't get it through. So I'm going to try and use this opportunity of rejiggering the challenge districts to strengthen the community of district that I think should have been stronger the first time around. Is that a valid reason to change a district?
Well, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Callahan, and again, I don't know that I can give a definitive answer to that question, but it would seem to me that it's more reasonable to adjust districts that are right in the middle that you really have no choice but to tweak. Whereas if you're going outside of these, further out, where the justification is that you just didn't like how those districts were drawn the last time around and the court did not strike those down, it would seem to me that, again, I'm just speculating a little bit that it would be less reasonable to be, tweaking or going beyond tweaking of districts that the court did not strike down as unconstitutional unless you have some reasonable basis and you find it to be, and you establish and determine that it's reasonably necessary in order to address the court's concerns related to what the court has deemed to be unconstitutional districts.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Rebecca, you have something else?
Sorry, just had to unmute there. So yeah, Nate, I would actually take a slightly different interpretation. Just looking at the court's order, the language they said was, we therefore expect that the district lines for not only the unconstitutional districts, but also other districts as reasonably necessary will be redrawn. They didn't limit us to abutting districts. They didn't limit us to where it was required based on changes to an unconstitutional district. And frankly, I think given that they said that the entire Metro Detroit area was a racial gerrymander and had race predominating in the drawing of it, including districts that are adjacent to the ones that were marked unconstitutional, I think actually what the court is looking for us to do is to just fix this map, because otherwise we're opening ourselves up to submitting a new map, leaving like this District 5 and 6 side by side, pulling Oakland County into Detroit, that district just immediately being challenged by somebody else. So, I think a reasonable solution, if people are concerned and don't want to change those outside maps or outside districts, I think a reasonable solution would be, let's create alternative maps. Let's have one where we just limit to the districts in question, and then have another one where maybe we take it a little broader and we can look at it from there and then let the public comment and go from there. But I don't think the court's order requires us to just limit to the unconstitutional districts or ones, abutting it as well. That's just kind of my opinion. Thanks.
Commissioner Eid.
Well, I mean, the buck has to stop somewhere, though. If we start changing everything, then everything is going to change. I mean, we'll have downstream effects that go into a lot of districts. So, it has to stop somewhere. But I do like the idea that Commissioner Zatella just brought up. Let's have, the route we're going on so far today is, I think a lot of changes. We could have another map that's a map of, only the districts that were shut down, and we can have maybe another one where it's the districts that we've been talking about, that big hole in the middle, 9, 13, 5, 6, something like that. We can have multiple options, but I do think changing too much isn't good either, because we already voted on these districts and they're legal districts. They were not struck down.
Yeah, my thought is it's good if we have multiple maps that show a different approach to doing it, and we can see what the public thinks. Commissioner Lett.
It's analogous to the famous Potter-Stewart decision. I don't know what reasonableness is, but I'll know it when I see it.
Thank you.
I like that.
Do we?
Yeah, Commissioner Curry, maybe?
Do we have Commissioner Curry yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that it's nearly noon, so good time to take a lunch recess. And maybe we'll have Commissioner Curry when we get back. Commissioner Zatella, do you have something?
I saw a text come through from Edward that said we're on break from 3 to 6. Is that for today, or was that for a different day?
Today we're 1 to 2 is lunch.
You're seeing meeting appointments, Commissioner Zatella, for the rest of our time before we do it. And that break from 3 to 6 is when we're in Detroit.
Okay, thank you.
So I would entertain a motion for recess.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we will be back from lunch recess at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Hey, folks, should we sign off of this and sign on, or is it better just to leave it on and on mute? Does anyone know?
I would recommend leaving it on, but it's up to you. Either way works.
You'd recommend leaving it on though, Sarah?
Yeah, I would just turn off your video and off your microphone.
Thank you.
Hi, Cynthia. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I was muted. Yay, I'm
Yeah.
glad you're here.
Yeah, I was up all night hurting and I took some medicine this morning after I got punched in and I sat on the bed a minute and I fell asleep. I
Oh,
had been asleep all night and I was exhausted.
oh,
So here I am. I'm still
well, I'm
tired.
glad you're here.
What did I miss? Everything?
We started mapping, so it's your turn actually when we come back in 1 minute.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
hey,
I don't-
Cynthia,
Yes.
you can't see me, but when I try to start my video, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Do you know what that is?
She stopped it.
Oh, maybe that's a
Yeah,
Sarah.
Janice, you accidentally left your video on during the break, so I turned it off for you,
Oh.
but I just give you permission to turn it back on again.
Okay, thank you.
She's always got our back.
Yeah.
Cynthia, I think I want to see what's going on first before I.
Yeah, yeah, we'll give you a chance to look at it and ask questions.
Oh, boy. Mm.
Yay, I'm glad we waited.
Why?
Because now you can have your turn.
I don't need a turn. You probably know how to do all this by yourself.
I see 9 of us, so I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2 o'clock. Will the secretary please take roll?
Certainly, commissioners. Oh, Yvonne, you got this?
I'm sorry.
Okay, ready? I'm sorry.
Yep, I got it. I'm sorry. My mouse needs batteries. My apologies. Commissioners, we're going to be taking roll call, and if you would just say present. And if your location has changed, please indicate that. If it has not, just respond by saying present, please. Elaine Andrade,
Present.
Donna Callahan,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present.
Anthony Ede,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Marcus Muldoon,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella. Is that Rebecca trying to come in? Janice Vallette,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
President attending remotely from Eaton Township.
Commissioner Wagner, earlier you shared Charlotte, Michigan. Would you like me to change that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Richard Weiss.
Present.
I'm going to go back to Rebecca Zatella. Madam Chair, there are 11 commissioners present. You have a quorum.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we will continue working on the Detroit area of the State House map. And it is Commissioner Juanita Curry's turn. And I think she would like to take a look, Kent, see where we are.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, that I could see the map before we did anything to it, if you all have changed it?
Yes.
Now, I'm not familiar with numbers. Can you put the townships and whatever in? The names in instead of with the numbers?
Yes, this is Hamtramck right here, Highland Park, Grosse Point. I'm gonna, let me, you can't hardly see 11, so I'm gonna change the color of 11 so we can see it. Um, But this is what has been done so far. What I did, Commission, was I just copied Plan 1. I just made a copy of it, and this is called Plan 2. It's exactly where we left off, just for sake of organization more than anything.
Yeah, I don't want to see where you guys left off because I wasn't there. I'd like to see it prior to you all doing anything to it.
Okay. Let's back up here then, and
Are you, Juanita, are you talking about with the districts in question removed, like unassigned? Is that where you want to go back to, or just to see the whole thing?
Kind of just see the whole thing with the names in it so I can tell. I'm not too good on the numbers per se. I mean, I need to see the numbers, but I'm not good on just seeing the map without the names with it.
let me go back to Hickory is where we want. And okay, I don't see Hickory. So, give me just a moment to get back where we were. I meant to get rid of all these plans that have no business being in here. It's just old stuff. I want to bring in the Hickory plan. I thought it was there. In fact, I was certain it was there, but obviously it's not. So Hickory is there. Where is it? Look, where is?
If it's too much for you to go back.
No, I'm sorry. I don't understand why I don't see it. Hickory. It says it exists, so let's do this.
And this is Kent, the map that we're changing before it
I'm gonna
got
bring
changed.
up the original Hickory map.
Is this the map that they voted down?
It will be, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Soon as I. Let's take a minute to load in. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. I'm a little concerned about why things weren't showing up, but This takes a minute or so. So this is the plan, Juanita, exactly as it was built. This is what the courts found to be not legal. So here's downtown Detroit. There's River Rouge down at the bottom, southern part. Ecorse, Lincoln Park, Melvindale. And then 7, 8, 14, 12, 11, 10, 1 were all found to be illegal according to the courts. They also, what was brought up earlier and mentioned was the courts did write that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they recognized that adjoining or other districts would have to be modified as well as the 7 mentioned, which was slightly different from what the original discussion was, saying that only the illegal districts may be modified. Did you catch that earlier today when they were talking about that this morning?
I don't think so, but can you darken the letters in this map?
Okay, actually that's kind of impossible to do. Where are we going? I mean,
Okay, let's see. I think
that's Detroit there, this River Rouge down at the bottom,
why is they so far apart?
because we're zoomed in irregular ways. I mean, we're zoomed in fairly close. That's Ecorse, River Rouge.
I can see it now.
Okay.
Juanita, when we started, we had him unassign all of the districts that are in question. And then we could kind of see where we were going to need to create districts. He could do that on a new map if you want to start new, or we have the map that we were working on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get an idea why we got kicked out the box, why they didn't like the map. And once I can see that, then I can tell where my little input. Detroit seems so little. We seem smaller than River Rouge. Which part is Detroit, the purple or the beige?
This one is just this, the purple is District 1. This
Is that Detroit?
Yeah, the downtown Detroit is right here where I'm circling with the cursor.
Okay, so we're in the purple. Do we go all the way into 9?
9, yeah, 9 is up in here.
Is that Detroit?
Yes. And then this part is 8. This part is 10. I can bring up the neighborhood layer if that would be of any assistance.
Yes, please.
So the red lines, which, it can be hard to read any of these, but it gets very busy. So that's the Boynton neighborhood. There's Oakwood Heights.
I can't see it. Whatever color that is, it just totally blew me out. I can't see that even with my glasses.
Okay.
It looks like a foreign language.
Can you see the black lines? Is it darker?
Okay, what?
It'd help to orient you if you could see the northern border of Detroit, because it's not really showing up here. So maybe if you move the map down just a little bit, you can see the top of the city, and then you can kind of figure out where it is on the map.
Yeah, moving so fast. So up top here is 8 Mile. that line up top is the 8 Mile. This is the, down at the bottom, this is the Delray area.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. So what am I supposed to be doing?
Would it be helpful if somebody who is really familiar walks you through the specific changes that we made? There were some changes downriver. And then obviously the unassigned places were moved into a lot of different districts, and there were some changes across the top. So someone who's really familiar with these districts and what we changed can maybe give
No,
you a brief
I'm
summary. Would
very
that help?
I'm very familiar with Detroit and Lincoln Park, Melvindale, Allen Park, Ecorse, River Rouge, and on and on and on. I'm very familiar. I've been here over 60 years. I'm trying to what they do, disconnect Detroit from the rest of everything.
Well, I know you're familiar with the city. That's why we're so excited that you're here.
Don't
But
be that
we did a
excited,
lot of
Donna.
things this
Donna,
morning.
don't you be that excited, because you know I'm not an expert.
Commissioner
That
Curry,
excited. I just know where we are in Detroit, and Detroit wants to what? What is their story is that they want to be what? Kent.
oh, that's pointed at me. I haven't studied.
Okay, they're just okay. Detroit doesn't want to be where it is on the map. Is that what it is?
I think the other commissioners could weigh in, much better than I could on this. But what we're looking at is the plan that the courts threw out.
Okay, can you circle those places that they threw out for me?
Yeah, that would be the purple area here. And I'm gonna let me
Can you
slide it
circle
on.
those with some kind of other color?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna turn off the neighborhood layer, just to get some of the busyness out. But
You took the letters. I need the letters. I need to see what.
okay. So this Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works, and River Rouge is the
What
southern
is
part of this.
Boynton? What is Boynton? All I know is a Boynton school.
Well, that's what they got labeled, this neighborhood where my cursor is circling.
Okay.
That has been defined.
That's obviously where I live then. I'm in that
Right.
area.
So this is the southern part of District 1. District 1 was in fact one of the districts they found to be illegal.
I agree. If we're way up here and Boynton is way down there.
Right.
I agree with them.
So, but yet they didn't say anything about 2 or 3 or 4. But also added in their recent, I guess, statement was that they recognize adjoining districts may, or as necessary, be modified. As far as that goes, whether it's lots of districts or just some of the districts adjoining District 1, for example, that's, up for you, for the commissioners to decide.
Let me deal with.
Satella, do you have something to help?
Yeah, let me ask Rebecca, because she's good with maps. Rebecca?
Yeah, so can you kind of back out a little bit so we can see Detroit a little better? So the gist of the court's ruling is that they were unhappy with the extent to which we used race to draw the previous districts, specifically how we stretched Detroit out into the adjoining suburbs to hit those BVAP targets that were suggested by Bruce Adelson and Julianne Pastula. So we've been ordered to redraw without taking into consideration race, which is what we're doing. So we're trying to redraw the Detroit area, and we got a pretty good start this morning. If you can pull it down a little farther, Kent, I think that might be helpful. So Brittany started out with drawing the St. Clair Shores area. So she put Grosse Pointe and St. Clair Shores together. And then for Ron does, oh, this is the old map.
Yes.
So basically, that's what we're working on is we're just trying to redraw these districts, focusing on Detroit, keeping communities of interest and neighborhoods together. And we got most of the east side of Detroit draft districts done this morning, and we're just kind of continuing to work kind of northwest up towards, the border of Detroit on that side near Redford. So that's kind of what we were doing this morning is just throwing race out the window, not considering it, and trying to draw a Detroit-centric district, basically.
One thing I know is Redford, Detroit is not too contiguous with Southwest Detroit and North Detroit.
Right.
Too much. They're not too contiguous, but they do kind of go in and out of there. Northwest Detroit, Southwest Detroit, Northwest Detroit, and we go through Redford a lot, but we're not that contiguous. Northwest Detroit, Southwest Detroit should be kind of together with perhaps Ecorse and River Rouge. Is that any kind of way we can do that?
Yeah. So did you want to look at what we did this morning and see if you want to work on something?
Yes.
Okay, to do that, I need to close this map because this is, the original, and open up a copy of what they worked on this morning. So let me close this. In this plan right here, just number 2 is a copy of what we did this morning, so that there's some
that's not helpful
organization. So
if you can kind of scroll in around St. Clair Shores, yeah, so you can kind of see what we started with this morning. So District 10, which is kind of the orange colored one, now is the 5 Grosse Points plus St. Clair Shores. Next to that, we drew District 12, which is like kind of lime green, and that's East Point, Harper Woods, and then a few neighborhoods along there. Cynthia drew that kind of purple district, I think it's 11, that has Morningside, Cornerstone, and East English Village together with kind of going down to kind of the core of Detroit there and Jefferson Avenue districts. And then, we just kind of worked along. So we did District 9, which is just above there. That's in the purple. That includes Banglatown. District 8, which is kind of a middle Detroit district that includes Highland Park. District 1, which includes the Latino community. That's the purple one. And then the other kind of light brown one that's right next to 8 is Donna worked on that one a little bit. So that's also parts of Detroit as well. So that's kind of where we left off, is just kind of moving through Detroit. And if you can pull it down a little bit, Kent, so we can see that open area. And we just have
that's too far, Kent. That's too far down.
You see that white part in the center? That's kind of where we left off.
Okay, what area is that? That's not Detroit, right?
No, that's Detroit. That's Palmer Park area, just south of 8 Mile. So that's Palmer Park, and then trying to remember what else is along there.
Okay.
Palmer Woods. Just north of Highland Park, basically, those neighborhoods north of Highland Park.
Can you kind of make it just a little bit smaller so I can get an idea of all of it? Can you kind of outline all of Detroit right there, Ken?
All right, I'm just going to kind of highlight the downtown area.
No, you need more in the downtown area.
Just a reference. I think I'm going to do that. I say that. But this is Hamtramck, right?
I can see Hamtramck.
This, you see across the top, that horizontal line, that's 8 Mile.
I'm familiar.
So there's Hazel Park right across at Oakland.
Not interested.
And then we come all the way down the southern part, that's the River Rouge Township right here.
What's in 8? Highland Park and what else?
Highland Park, I'm going to label the precincts. Well, let's do the neighborhoods because that tells you more about where it's at, I think.
Yeah.
Especially for people that know the area. So that's the black line. So 8 is from the southern part is Mexican Town, Hubbard Farms, Hubbard Richard, north to Highland Park. And including Cultural Center, Midtown, Chadsey, Condon, Jameson, LaSalle Gardens, Virginia Park, Narden Park, Russell Woods, Dexter, Linwood.
So did you want to change something from the districts today, or do you want to try to draw a new district?
Well, I don't like what I'm looking at, but I'll just wait a while. Let me wait. I got to put it together in my head.
You gonna make us do all the hard work?
No, because I think yours is going to get tore up a little bit.
Probably.
As we look right now, as we look at it right now, without a doubt, there's no question, by law, District 2 right now is in 2 parts and is short 33,000 people. So, that's that and the unassigned area are the 2 obvious issues. Geographically, not having to do with anything political or anything. It's just a fact.
Juanita, if you want, you could start a brand new one. And
I don't want to start right now. I'll wait.
Okay. Okay. You want to pass?
I don't quite like the way it is now. So I
Okay.
don't want to mess up everything. I'll just wait. Maybe I'll start a new one, but I'll wait till you guys finish that.
Okay. So and then it's Commissioner Eads' turn.
Well, is there something in particular you don't like? Because you can, if you don't like it, you can change it, and then
But
we
see,
can
even if I
work at
change it, it's not probably going to stay, and I just better wait. I better wait. Because right now, it's not helping me out that much the way it looks now. So I'll wait. Cynthia, Madam Chair.
Yes.
You
Yes.
can move on. I'll just-
Yeah, I did. I think we're waiting on Anthony to.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we've already gone down the road of changing more than what I think is reasonable. I think that we should at least try to see if we can figure out a way to do this without making such wholesale changes, especially downriver. So can you, I like what we had so far with 7 and 14. Can you copy those to a blank, like another copy of this, a blank one?
Yeah, we'll
And,
copy this and delete districts out. Is that what you have in mind? Or do you want to start with the empty plan, for lack of a better word, and
How about this? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
And put 7 and 14 in there?
I think that is what I am thinking. I think let's start with the plan with the unassigned areas, like we started with this morning.
Okay.
Now I think we need, yeah, there you go.
I'm just gonna, we'll name these. This is 3. This will be the.
Just to confirm, 2 is the one you just had open and 3 is the
Yeah.
new one?
Yes.
Okay.
2 is just a copy of what we did this morning. So somewhere this afternoon, if somebody wants to edit. Copy.
Well, I think
Good.
the pathway I'm taking is, before break, we talked about having a few different options, right? One with more wholesale changes, which is what I think we've been, kind of doing this morning. And then I think we can have one with, just the districts that were struck down, and another one with reasonable changes. And I'd like to think this would be a more reasonably changed map. But okay, I'll let you do your thing.
Okay, let me back up here. I'm going to bring in So this is, the original Hickory plan. I'm gonna turn off neighborhoods. So when you say that, do you want to like delete out all the illegal plans?
Well, yeah, what did we start with? So we started with 1.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we'll go here to district manager and we'll delete out. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14. So is the unassigned starting from scratch. And 7 is predominantly this area and 14 was predominantly this area in the last.
Right. So given that we have to reasonably change some of these districts, I also think it would be reasonable to get rid of, 9 and 13. And, I think I don't really want to change 4, but I do think it would be reasonable and people have already changed it. So let's get rid of that too.
All of 4 or
Yeah,
partial?
4, 9 and 13.
So this is,
That looks like a beautiful canvas to me.
exactly. It's just a large open area. I guess the only thing we did, this section of 4 over here kind of goes up into there. But I mean,
Yeah, I think we can work around that.
you can put that partially back or somewhat back or whatever it is you want to do.
So I mean, I think what this does is, so it addresses all of the court ordered districts as well as the 3 districts that I think most visibly impact the drawing of those districts. So can you now lock the other ones so that
Yes. Yes. So this is a little bit slower, 5, 6, and 16. 6, 16. And then 56, 57, 58. And then 61 and 62. Now, my intention was to lock all the districts that are touching the unassigned area, and I think that's what we have achieved.
Okay, now can we see, I think, we had a few in the previous map that we were just working on that I think could fit into here rather nicely. So is it possible to copy some of those districts from the previous map into this one? Like specifically, I believe it was 7 and 14.
Let's see. To copy the districts in, I'm not sure about how I did that before. What I would, I just don't remember right at this moment. What I want to do is to bring up that plan as an overlay.
Wasn't 7 just the open?
Yeah,
portion
here you go.
of
I
open
got it
county?
right here. Hold on a second. I got it. Ryan sent me a little reminder here saying, hey, dummy. So do that. And that's the original hit. And that's what we were working on. That's what I sent him a little while ago. And so there's so I could use that for selection, if I remember correctly. Select using the overlay.
That's actually interesting. More of those that we just did in the other map fit in with this than I thought. That's interesting.
So, and what we did was, we'd have to zoom in to get 14 to follow the.
Yeah, I'd just like to make 7 and 14 work for
Okay.
now. Given that those were the ones I worked on earlier today. Now, what this does is it gives us some guardrails, folks, that allow us to make these districts, but not make such radical changes. And I think, I don't know for sure, but I think it might be possible if we go this route to, make it work with population, make it work with communities of interest, and make it work with about equal political fairness numbers. Given that we're not making such, we're changing what we need to, and this took out 3 more districts than what the court said, but that's what I'm thinking. Now, obviously, when it goes to anyone else's turn, you can go back to the other map if you want, and or make a new map with different locked numbers.
So what we don't, you can see right here, we don't have the neighborhood. We bring up the neighborhood layer now, so you can kind of see that we tweak 14 to follow the neighborhood boundaries right here. So that's probably really
Sure.
and right there. That's what we need to do now, is what I'm pointing out. I hadn't done that.
Well, how's 7 on population?
7 is 0.94 low percent, and 14 is 0.76% low. So to make the neighborhood whole isn't going to hurt the population.
Well, I'm trying to, like, for 7, I'm just trying to figure out if it's necessary to even have that part of Wayne County in it at all. Like, would taking that out cause a big shift in population? How many people live there?
That's what I was
A
trying
lot
to.
of people live there.
Not a lot, but it is 2,200 people. So it's percentage wise, it would still be within, desired deviations.
All right, so I think remove that.
So you want to remove it? Do you want to unassign it or put it into 6?
No, 6 is locked. That was the whole
That's
purpose
right.
of this.
Yep, absolutely. So, so getting these little weird errors again, which I don't like. So, all right, there's 7 and it's at negative 3.35.
All right, I think that's good for now. Can we zoom out? And how's 14 on population?
14 is 0.76% low. And, from what we've been doing, we've been making these neighborhoods wholly in one district or another. And this neighborhood's split and this one is split.
Okay, can you zoom out? Richard, I see you got a hand up.
Yes,
If I'm not mistaken, on District 14, the gardens and the wood areas were filled in to complete that neighborhood or whatever that is district precincts. So that would bring your number on 14, I believe, a lot closer to 0.
It's a handful of census blocks and.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, why are those broken up?
Yeah,
So let's
those
just
were-
assign them to make them whole.
Yeah,
No,
they were,
we'll
I
see
think,
where
in
we're
the
at.
other map.
This was we were doing whole precincts is the reason why they were left hanging.
Wait, wait, let me get this straight. You're telling me that unless I'm confused, making the neighborhood whole breaks the precinct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is
Yeah,
a
that precincts and neighborhoods have, virtually no relationship. You can see it all over the place. It's two different.
yeah. Well, that creates an interesting redistricting discussion, because what do we choose to do? Do we choose to keep the voting precincts whole, which would probably make election administration a little easier, or do we choose to make the neighborhood whole?
Well, neighborhoods are communities of interest, and that's on our list. Precincts are not on our list.
Well, the Secretary of State also specifically said in her filing that the more precincts we split, the harder it is for her to meet her deadlines. So the Secretary of State requested we not split precincts.
With
Who
Any other
controls
thoughts?
it?
I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, we can't do both.
Who controls the precincts?
We
I
got
mean,
the
is that
22
the
precincts.
Secretary of State's office, the precincts, mapping those out? Is that
It'd be-
something that the Secretary of State's office controls? I didn't hear
Could
Nancy,
you
I'm
repeat
sorry.
that, Donna? I'm sorry, you were kind of breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Who defines the precincts?
Uses the voter registrar, state registrar.
So is it Secretary of State responsibility to define the precincts?
I think it is. And
So are we working for a Secretary of State or not? I mean, whose criteria trumps here? I think the Constitution says it's communities of interest. And if she needs to change her precincts to match that, then maybe that's what she should do.
But by the same token, have we received any commentary saying that these particular neighborhoods are communities of interest and keep them together? I don't think we have.
I don't know. That's why I asked early on in the process, where's the definition of communities of interest and do we have a common understanding of that? I haven't seen that. Maybe it exists and I just don't know where it is.
Director Woods, you have something to say?
Yes, Sarah Reinhardt has her hand up
I
with
see that.
regards to that. And then I also want to recognize Bethany James, who said in the chat, one at a time, please, for effective communication as it relates to our sign language interpreters. We love the enthusiasm, love the engagement, but it does make a difference when it's one at a time. Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Appreciate it.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Hi, Commissioners. To answer your question, it's not the Secretary of State's office that sets precinct boundaries. That responsibility is left to local clerks. So as you know, there are over 1,500 local city and township clerks across the state that determine precinct boundaries within their jurisdictions. Furthermore, the reason why the commission is encouraged or the request was made to not divide precincts as much as possible is because when the final districts are handed over to the Bureau of Elections for entering into the qualified voter file, it takes a lot more work and time for information to be entered when precincts are split. But with that said, Commissioner Orton's point about constitutional criteria is absolutely correct. That is your defining criteria. And as you are all aware, precinct boundaries are not part of that. So while we certainly encourage you to consider precinct boundaries as it will impact the timeline for using these districts in elections, and the duration it will take the BOE to meet that timeline, you need to prioritize constitutional criteria. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Richard, your hand is up. Do you mean for it?
Yes, as I stated before, I believe in the first map we did, the gardens, that little space to the left, and the woods, the little space to the right, were included in that district. So if Kent could fill those in and then assign those to the district, I believe you will find that the number will come down quite drastically and will be very close. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
Through the chair to Commissioner Callahan, as it relates to the community of interest question that you just asked, that was a common frustration early on in the process too. We truly didn't have any defined what is a community of interest. It was all left up to consensus of the commission. So you kind of have to look at what the Constitution says. It could be something to do with heritage or, you know, church life, or we've literally gotten lists of hundreds of different things, but there is no set definition of what a community of interest is. And I hope that helps. I know that was one of my struggling points during the mapping process. So just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Curry.
Well, one of the things that Rhonda, they were talking about communities of interest was the any kind of recreation or worshiping services or stores. Those were some of the communities of interest that they named out. But can I just try this and see what this looks like? And if you all don't agree, that's fine. Kent?
So, just a question. Anthony, are you still working on 4 and 17, or are you good?
I was just trying to normalize the population for 14. Other than that, I'm good. You know, if Juanita wants to help, she
I just
totally can.
want to see what this looks like if I throw this together and see what happens.
Well, what looks like, Commissioner Curry?
What I want to do with the map right now.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else, Anthony, or are you good letting?
No, I'm well, I think so. Assign those neighborhoods that Commissioner Weiss was speaking of, and then I'm done. Now, because we deleted District 13, there is more room on the north and eastern side of this as well. So you could look at not even including Wayne County here, possibly, but I'll let somebody else take that up.
Okay, Juanita, take it over.
Just some
Go ahead.
justification real quick. I do think this does make a whole lot more sense with District 7. You're including Royal Oak with Ferndale, with Madison Heights. As we said earlier, a lot of people call Ferndale the new Royal Oak, and I think this being an Oakland County district also would be considered a community of interest. Not so much in it being Oakland County, but you know, similar communities being within the county.
Okay, Juanita, go ahead.
Yeah, we had a lot of participation from River Rouge and E-Course. As I first stated, MC and I think a couple more people, we went to hear them, and they wanted to put E-Course and River Rouge in District 1. You can keep them together. Can I see how that looks?
Yes. E-Course and River Rouge. What in this plan, Commissioner Eads requested that I lock the districts that weren't deemed unconstitutional. So 2 right now is locked. Are you saying unlock 2 and edit 2?
Or you can start a new plan, Juanita.
Well, whichever one would fit. If we could put E-Course and River Rouge in District 1 and maybe merge, put Melvindale, move it to probably with Lincoln Park in 2. And then let's see what it looks like. And then if we have to, probably move a little of Dearborn into 3. And let's see what that looks like.
All right, could I have some direction here? Am I gonna unlock two or go to a new plan?
Anthony, are you
What would you
wanting?
all like to do? Go to a new plan or what?
Well, the whole point of this one is to have all of them locked except for what is reasonably able to be changed while fixing, what the court said. And I think what we have locked does that. So we have the other map that we were just working on that we can go back to, that has all of the districts unlocked. So I would say either go back to that one or, start a third copy. I don't know why we would start a third copy if we already have one that is unlocked.
So if I go back to number 2, then that's basically where we left off. This morning, which is, this is where Juanita came in initially. This plan has split into 2 parts and is significantly underpopulated, and it has unassigned population in the northern part of Wayne County. Those 2 things have to be remedied even to, consider this a whole plan. It's not. We wouldn't do any analysis on it the way it is now. So Commissioner Curry,
Yeah, can you move Melvindale into Lincoln Park to 2? See what that looks like?
all right, we'll do that. An E-course into 1 with River Rouge.
Yes.
Okay. And
then probably move a little of maybe Dearborn into 3.
all right, just 1 second. Let me get Lincoln Park into 2, and then E-course into River with 1 into River Rouge.
Mhm.
Okay, you see where we're at here? So 2 right now is Allen Park, Lincoln Park, and Melvindale.
That's pretty good.
And District 1 is E-course, River Rouge, and going north.
Okay.
3 is actually 2 right now has a good population, 1.7%. 3 needs 10,000 people. I think the other day when we were talking about this, we took the southern part of 4 and put into 3 and then pushed 4 on up. The southern part of 4 is, more of Dearborn.
Yeah,
Is that not what
I think so.
you want to do that, Commissioner Curry?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to take a chunk here and then you can evaluate. That's 35,000. That's way too many people. So let's just take like that part. 7,800. Oh. 17,000. Well, I'm going to assign that and then make edits to, let's say, take that, put that back into 4. So you got, this puts District 3 1.38% over, as is 2. 4 needs 10,000.
Can we kind of adjust number 4 to make it a little bit more compatible?
And the suggestion would be, well, right now 1 still needs 19,000 as well.
Okay.
So, up in this area, in some fashion, the lower part of 11, 8, 4, One needs more people. Let me bring up the neighborhoods.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah. Uh, So we have, we could finish out, like maybe District 1, would you want to put Mexican Town, Hubbard Farm, Central Southwest? Basically south of Michigan Avenue, pretty much
Yeah,
everything.
let's try Hubbard Farm and Central something, some of that.
So that area into 1, please. Oh, I did that wrong, sorry.
You did it wrong, yeah.
Yep, I'll punt that one for sure. So this is, that's Michigan Avenue right across there. 1 still needs 12,000 people. This is the Chadsey Condon neighborhood area.
How many is in Hubbard Richard? Let me see.
But that whole area is still only 4,000.
Right there, it's only how, okay.
So that right there is 7,000. You still need quite a bit more. That is getting close. And that would get it pretty close right there. Add that, if that was into 1,
Mm-hmm.
and that's everything pretty much south of Jeffries Freeway,
Yeah.
Grand River.
Okay.
Do you want that into District 1?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So now District 1 is 1.11% low. And 2 is 1.70%. 3 is 1.38%. And 4 needs about 9,000, 9 to 10,000. But 1, 2, 3, and 4, the numbers aren't too bad. Anything else, Commissioner?
Not right now. Let me think about this. So how do it look to you all? Commissioners? Hello? Are you all still there?
I don't hear any objections, Juanita.
That's a good sign.
First notice, it looks good.
Okay.
I think the only thing I'll
Yeah.
say is I think it messes with 3 quite a bit. I'm a little concerned about that.
It messes with what? I couldn't hear you.
District 3.
Not that much though. It's not that
Yeah, I
much.
mean, you could take like the rest of Dearborn that's in District 4 and then like work your way up with District 4 into that unassigned area, perhaps. We had a lot of people that said they want that area to be with Dearborn, but could go either way.
Well, are you satisfied
Yeah,
for now, Juanita, or do you want to do?
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it
Okay.
there.
And next up is Brittany Kellum.
Hello, everyone again.
Hello.
Okay, what do we have? Just that open space?
We have 4 and 8 heavily underpopulated, and this area unassigned.
Okay.
I don't, if you saw that we changed 3 and 4 to,
I didn't see that. I just literally re-entered the meeting
okay,
maybe
well,
minutes ago. Mhm.
Commissioner Curry edited 1 and 2 and then adjusted 3 and 4, so 1 and 2 would work. I think that,
Okay.
to make it brief, but 1 and 2 have changed right down here. 3 changed, and now 4 has to, 4 is very changed, but it needs to continue to have edits. So you're looking at 4, 8, and the unassigned. That area. Here's your neighborhood layer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you read the screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in a
Okay.
lot actually. Okay. I mean, we can obviously we can start filling it in. Green Acres State Fair, Nolan.
Okay. My question would be, do you want to, like 4 is surrounded at this point. And do you want to, go up with 4 and across and then go up with 8, or do you want to go across with 4 and, you see what I'm getting at?
No, can you say it again? I'm sorry. What is
I'm just going to
it's
highlight.
for at population? What's happening with 4?
Okay, yeah. 4 needs,
Some folks.
yeah, it needs 10,000. So
What is the Marygrove and Chalfont area?
yeah, that's what I was going to do, is highlight some of
Okay.
those.
And then if so, you can go into Pilgrim Village. That's a little odd shape there. Is that a precinct? Why it jets out like that?
Yeah, it looks like it. So, but it's, it's a neighborhood. Pilgrim Village is a whole neighborhood. So
Yes. No, I knew that piece. I'm looking at that little baby tooth. That's what it looks like. A baby's first tooth that comes out into Pilgrim Village and kind of splits it. So I was wondering if it was a reason for that, if it was a precinct.
So you want to sign that's 8,600 people. I mean, that gets you, somewhere closer to the number. If you
Okay.
assign that, you don't assign it to 1. You definitely don't do that. I know that for a fact. So, fix this and 4 and assign that. The neighborhood's split a little bit right here, so you probably want to fix that up.
Yeah.
If the block level, I'll zoom in and even more. But if we select this, that's part of this precinct. So the question is, back to, all right, let me get back over here, go to blocks. Blocks and 6 and select. So this would put all of Bethune into, well, most of Bethune into 6. Want to move that into 6?
Pardon me? That little square, you saying move that into 6?
Yeah, because it, to make it
Okay.
neighborhood
Yeah,
whole.
that's fine.
But you're splitting precincts, so it's one or the other.
Commissioner Curry, your hand is up. Did you have something to add?
Oh, my head. Oh, no, let me take this off.
I think
Okay.
it was just up
Just
from the
checking.
last one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Get it
So
off.
like District 3 now is 1.38% high, and 8 needs a lot of population. So, of course, you're probably gonna want to make these
So if
villages
8 needs
whole.
population, yeah, Martin Park, that piece of Martin Park that's left, Pilgrim Village can go to 8. Or it looks so strange. Sorry, that's what I was looking at.
Let's put all of that into 8, just so to keep your neighborhoods whole. I'm just asking, I'm not telling so much.
I already said yes. Yeah, I
Okay,
said
I'm sorry,
yes
I
with
didn't
that.
mean to.
Yeah.
Trying to be careful and not step out of bounds, And I put those in 6, which is totally wrong. And if it comes back, I'm going to fix it. So 4 is a little bit under, 8 still needs quite a few. So you just assign all the remainder to unassigned to 8? Is that what we're talking about doing?
I mean, I feel like I'm forced to do that.
At least
Especially since I'm still driving. Because that's a heck of a district.
Well, let's just put the numbers in there and then start adjusting so everything's assigned, you know?
Yeah, that's good.
So we're not wondering about what's going on. Because I suspect, you know, at some point, these districts got to be balanced out.
That looks good.
It looks horrible. You've got Palmer Woods with Piety Hill.
Well, it's too much population. I think it's going to have to. This is taking too long.
I'll need some new CPUs in those computers, Ken.
Yeah, and it's not really all that old. That's the problem. No, it's
Feel free to save liberally, Kent.
oh yeah. It's waiting for it to. Part of the problem we had earlier was the VTDs, and some of you may recall this from earlier, a couple of years ago. The VTDs and the township boundaries not matching up perfectly. That's not our fault. That's between the state and the Census Bureau. So, yes, I'm passing the buck. I'm just assigning the remainder here just to. I see some little pieces missing, but we'll clean it up as we go. This part of Garden Homes neighborhood, do we want to put that in 7? This remainder area of here. Those census blocks, I feel like the way it has been done should be with Garden Homes in District 7. That's a question.
I can't see it.
All right, well, it's some of the Garden Homes census blocks are not assigned, but most of Garden Homes neighborhood is in District 7. Shall I assign those unassigned blocks to District 7?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure there's some census blocks floating around in here that, well, District 8 is 10,000 people too big, which we kind of knew was going to happen. So you got to take some of them out and redistribute them across. For example, District 10, well, that's out of the way, but it's 2,500 under. 9 is 0.02%. So some could get shuffled over into 9, some can get shuffled into 7, 6, 14. But essentially, 8 has accumulated, 9,900 extra people. In 12, 12 is underpopulated, so, it's at 3 point something. I'm gonna turn off the layer. Neighborhood. So we're, 12 is hemmed in by 13, 9, 11, and 10, but 12 technically is, you need 1,000 people. It's 3.63 high. And 11 needs, technically it's at 3.5%, so it needs some. But 9,000 people in the District 8 needs to be redistributed in such a fashion to improve 12 and 11 at the least. And 4 needs, some.
I think I'm comfortable providing commentary, but I want to pass my turn because like I'm physically driving. I'm not in a passenger seat.
Okay.
And I don't see, I'm thinking about the communities of interest. I think like that whole area needs to be like reconfigured into more bite-sized chunks. We have sweeping areas in 8 and 9 that to me are pretty problematic. And yeah, I can't think of a way right now to make the adjustment, like one that I'm actually comfortable with, if that makes sense to me. And to the other commissioners, sorry.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next commissioner and you are free to make commentary whenever you like. So next is Commissioner Lang.
Okay. I think I'm going to go a different route, but I see Mr. Fink just popped on, so I'll give him the floor for a moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. I was just hoping to have the opportunity to just jump in and reiterate the importance of following the 7 ranked criteria that are in the constitutional amendment, and I believe they were shared again by Ms. Reinhardt from the Secretary of State's office. So I just want to reiterate the importance of following those. And while you can be, aware and cognizant of the precinct lines, those are not included in the 7 ranked criteria. And I think Ms. Reinhardt indicated as much when she said that. She, of course, acknowledged that it does create some challenges for the Secretary of State's office in terms of implementing the new lines that you will be providing. But it's of the utmost importance that you follow the 7 ranked criteria in the Constitution. And I don't think that's inconsistent with anything Ms. Reinhardt said. I just wanted to emphasize that for you. I believe Ms. Reinhardt just dropped into the chat here another link to the ranked criteria as well, which is on page 3 of the constitutional amendment. So thank you. I appreciate you sending it over to me, Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. Commissioner E, did you have something?
I was gonna make a suggestion to Commissioner Kellum. You could put more of Detroit in District 4 and more of Dearborn in District 3. That would go with the communities of interest quite well.
Okay, I think she's driving, so maybe next time around.
Just a
Commissioner
suggestion.
Lang.
Yes, Kent, could you bring up the first version of the map and make a copy of it, please?
Close this out and bring up the original version. Let me see here. That was this one. I'll copy it. And we'll just call this. We need to get 1A. Somebody has to keep track of all this, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is where we left off with two pieces of District 2
Okay.
and the unassigned.
Okay, what I would like to do is I would like to combine District 5 and 6 south of 8 Mile.
Okay. And what are you gonna do north of it? The reason why I ask, which one do you want to be 5 and which one do you want to be 6?
Make 5 south, 6 north.
All right. I'll put that back in just a minute. Okay, I'm gonna put this had previously was, it was either in 4 or unassigned, this 1069. And I'm gonna bring up the neighborhoods, because I know
Commissioner Eid, your hand is up. Is it still up or?
Sorry, no. I need to change the color of 5 so I can see it. Uh, I was going all the way down there. This thing's aggravating me sometimes. Yeah, let's see here. I need to sign those blocks, or rather these blocks, to keep them split in our neighborhood. I mean, that's the way it had been previously. This area right here had been in 4. Just getting it back to where it was when we, okay. Of course, it takes longer when you're doing blocks, but that's what you have to do to keep them split in neighborhoods.
Okay, and the northern part, or at least up through here, would be 6. Is that what we're
Correct.
doing? So 5 and 6 are each, doesn't really make sense. 5 and 6 are both a little bit large. We must have I must have picked up some areas I didn't intend to get picked up.
Okay.
So it looks like I got some of 56 out of here. I'm waiting for my screen to recover. So what part of fixed 56 was that I get? Does anybody really not remember? This area, was this the area in 56, Ryan?
No, that was in 5.
What part of 6? I picked up 56 in some of this area. Or something, because 5 and 6 are both.
It was the very tip of 6. That little spot going up wasn't 56.
That was right there?
Correct.
All right, well, then we'll put it back in there.
Pat, how much are they over by? I can't read the little numbers.
They're over by 4.7 and 4.6%, 4,000 each.
One's big and one's small, or they're both
No,
over?
they're both over.
Okay.
I got a piece. I picked up some from somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where it came from. 7, 8, probably from 8. Anyway, let's see here. I'll have to bring in another map and overlay it so I can see. No. Is Hickory over here? I need to delete out all these. Where did it, how did it, I mean, I don't see it. Okay, there's an error or something going. No, it's right there. That. All that area was unassigned. That's what it is, I think. I said, we're getting that error now, and I don't trust anything, really any of this math now.
That puts 5 almost on the money.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Should get it there. And there's
And
a
how
part of,
much is 8 under?
well, 6 is still
Over?
4,000 over, and I'm trying to see where I made the mistake.
Is 7 on the money?
There's 56 is supposed to be right there.
It says 7's at 90,748, Rebecca.
So it's over.
So 5 at this point is right. I don't know why 6 is so high. I mean, that could be right though. No, that could easily be correct. So right now 5 is a little small and 6 is a little big.
Okay,
So I mean 7 is a little under, so you could take some out of 6 and put into 7. Like,
what I'm wondering is, could we take some out of 6, put it into 7, and then if we needed to take some out of 7 to balance it out more, we could do that also, correct?
sure. You
Okay.
could just move one of these precincts.
Are any of those areas that, are there any
Actu-
commissioners, do you know if there's any communities of interest in 6 or 7 that do not want to be split? I just want to make sure that if I take some out of 6, it's not breaking up a community of interest.
May I offer maybe a suggestion is unassign this part of 7 and down here and just take it out of 6 and put into 7. That way 7 doesn't cross over 8 Mile, if that means anything to anybody. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Take these 2, put in 7, take these
That's what I
2.
was planning, Kent. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure I didn't split up anybody's.
No, these were put in, I think, to get the numbers right. If I remember correctly, I may be wrong.
Okay, let's unassign those 2.
Okay. And then you can do something like assign either both of those, or you know what I'm saying, something up here to get it back.
Okay, so 7 is at 88 right now.
Yeah, 7 is 3,000 short.
Okay, so why don't we? Yeah, why don't we do that one, the 2464, the one your pointer's on, and that'll bring it.
600 people.
Okay, so we're good there.
Yep. And 5 is there.
Would the 5 is short too, though, isn't it?
5 is 2,000 under, so you could.
Can we take that 1,600 that's right there and add it to 5, and that'll get the numbers closer?
Yes, but I'm going to turn on the neighborhood layer again because you're getting into that area. But all of Garden Homes, I'm going to highlight it just so that you get all of the, you could put all of that in there, and that way, all of that neighborhood is in that one.
Okay, yes, if we can keep the neighborhood together, I would appreciate that.
So that's where we're at. 5 is 0.36%.
Okay.
6 is 1.92.
And the reason I wanted to do this is there was public comment about, Detroit and the 8 Mile being kind of that divide and not running up into other counties. So that's more or less why, to keep everything kind of compact and together and to honor public comment that we got. So I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, next is Commissioner Lett. You're muted.
What do we have directly north of 8 in that white area? Looks like it's just sitting there.
Right now, this plan is all of that area unassigned, and District 2 down here is 33,000 people short. And District 2 is in 2 parts, so these people, this population number essentially should be more down toward 2 or in 2.
What's the population of 27?
Well, 2 is missing 33,000 and 27. And yeah, that can't be right. It's all right. I gotta fix this plan because something's wrong. 27 hasn't.
Take your time.
But 27 really hasn't changed, and it shows it as having 34,000 too many people. So I need a minute to figure this out. I'm gonna stop sharing and fix it, get the numbers right, and come back. Are we okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes, yeah, you do that. But Commissioner Eid, in the meantime, do you have something?
You're talking to me?
I was
Commissioner Eid.
I was just gonna say that area is the area Brittany filled in the other version of this. This is the third version now. Commissioner Lang made a copy and changed districts 5 and 6 from the Hickory map, but that didn't include the changes that we made this morning.
That it was, she worked off the morning's maps. I don't understand.
I don't think so, because District 2 on this one that he's working on right now is not the same as what Juanita did on her turn.
She had a different map. She worked on map 2.
No, she worked on map 1. I'm pretty sure. Could be
No,
wrong. I don't want to compare all 3. So we have 3 maps now: the original, the one with least change, and the one that Rhonda just created.
Right, Rhonda's is A1 or 1A, sorry, flipping that. The one from this morning is 1. 2 was a copy of 1. And then Brittany, do you recall what number map you were on? Was that 3? Three.
So, Steve, which map are you wishing to work on?
I have no clue.
Throw a map up there, Kent.
I guess I thought I was working on the latest one, which has 2 split. So we got to fix that. We got 1 unassigned up above 8. So we got to fix that. And I don't know which map that is.
I'll be back in just a minute. Let me
Okay.
fix this stuff later.
We're gonna have it for an hour and a half. Let's take 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let him catch up.
So we will come back at 3:45.
Will we take a 10-minute break, Cynthia?
Yes, we're back in less than a minute.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I had to get some milk like a little baby. I had to go get me some milk and I came back and everybody was gone.
As soon
So,
as Steve's back, we'll keep going.
yeah, yeah. These some long days, aren't they?
Long days.
Mm. When do we meet again?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Oof. I'm looking at my notes. Yeah, I guess so.
I know I'm inexperienced, but it seems like we're almost done. No? I'm just laughing.
I had to laugh. Oh, Donna, you're funny. We'll be done with her 6. We got about, what is it, 3:45?
Yeah.
Mhm. So how you like it, Donna, so far? You got your
It's interesting. I feel like I have the fire hose turned on trying to figure out where everything's at and catch up with you guys who've been doing this for so long. So I feel a little bit behind the 8 ball all the time, which is a little anxiety producing for me. But I think I'm coming up to speed, and I find it enjoyable so far.
I think you're doing well. So keep up the good work.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot from you guys. So this has been a great meeting. I had no idea how this actually worked. So today's been really helpful to clarify some things for me.
That's good. Well,
Commissioner Let is
I'm
back
sorry.
I don't see Kent on yet.
You okay, Cynthia?
Yeah, need a drink. When Kent comes back on with this map, we can continue.
Okay.
Well, I'm here and I'm really just kind of contemplating just walking off, but did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did.
Kim should be calling me any minute now. What are you? Don't say that.
I'm listening to you.
Don't talk like that. I don't understand. See, 27 now is starting to change.
We don't see a map.
I don't know why any of this is going on is the problem. Well, it has to do with the VTDs and the township boundaries not aligning perfectly. But when and where it happens, still are not sure. See, like 27 is at 23,000, and I don't know why.
You want to share your screen, Kent, so we can all see what you're looking at?
Well, not really, but
Okay.
here we are. The District 27, we haven't done anything with it knowingly, and we're down 23,000 people. And 2 is down 33,000. And there's a lot of real estate unassigned. So what I need to do, 6,000. What I need to do is I still have a couple of ideas.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is unshare my screen and keep working on it. If there's anything else y'all can do for a few minutes while I clean this up, it'd be greatly appreciated.
That's up to Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't know of anything else we can do. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Could we move up the agenda item of the executive report and go ahead and have that?
Edward, are you ready to share your executive director report?
Unfortunately, not at this time. We're trying to tidy some things up with Detroit. But great suggestion, Commissioner Callahan. But in between, and I think we're a couple things away with regards to that. But
So Sarah Reinhardt says that she could show the public comment portal. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hello, commissioners. I'm happy to share that the public comment portal is now reopened for members of the public to submit their comments or draw a map. So while we're waiting, it might be helpful as a refresher for commissioners who've used the public comment portal before, or for new commissioners who maybe this is their first time using the portal or seeing it, to sort of walk through what the portal features. So first, I'll note that if you go to the commission's website, which is michigan.gov/MICRC, from the main page, there's a really great link to the public comment portal right here. So you can just click right on that and it'll take you right there. So it takes you to the gallery section. So I will start just from the homepage though, because it might be a little easier to introduce this to some of our new commissioners or members of the public who haven't used it before. So this is a portal where members of the public can submit a couple different kinds of public comment, written public comment. They can also draw their own map to submit to you district maps for your consideration. And they can also on a map draw their community of interest for you all to view. And all of the comments that were contained on the portal previously are still here. So if you're interested in seeing what's been previously submitted, you scroll down to the gallery section or click gallery here, and you can see all of the comments that have been submitted thus far. For example, this is a written public comment that's been submitted. Here, someone submitted a congressional district map for the commission to review. Here, someone provided a link to a different web page for you all to view. And members of the public don't have to submit an entire map if they just want to draw their own district, like this person has. You can see that here. So there are lots of different options for members of the public to provide feedback directly to the commission. So if you wanted to search for something, for example, if you wanted to search for Detroit, if you wanted to see stuff happening or that people have commented on or mapped about in the city of Detroit, you would click on that advanced search button that I just clicked on. And for keyword, you can type in Detroit. You can see there are 804 matches that feature the city of Detroit, either in the comments, in the link, or in the map itself. So it's a great way to review information that's been provided by the public. It's a great way to review communities of interests that have been submitted. There we go. And you can also change the view for how comments are displayed here as well. So if you are a member of the public wanting to submit a comment, you just come to the top here to submit a comment. And then here's the submission form. You can fill in the title and then you select here which type of comment you would like to submit. So let's say you wanted to submit a community of interest. There's really great directions here that go over how to submit or how to draw a community of interest using districtor.org, which is an online map drawing, like web-based software. And there's even a video that you can watch that will walk you through all the steps for creating and submitting your map. Another feature that you may recall is that for maps that have already been submitted, people can comment on them. So you may see comments here. So for COIs or various maps, that people have submitted. If someone else likes it, they can comment on there and say, I agree with this one, or I support this one. Some of them do have comments and some of them don't, as you can see. So yeah, this is the public comment portal. The last thing I'll say is that we have this draft plans section, which is where historically, after you all create plans during your mapping sessions like today, I know that there were a number of drafts that were produced. We upload them here for the commission to view and for you all to view and download at the shapefile of as well, if you would like to. So if you click on that, you're taken to this page here. See, there are lots of comments on some of these here that the commission have already created. And then I believe that if you click view in Districtor, you have the ability to actually download it from this page. And this is the online map drawing software that I mentioned earlier. So
Okay.
that's a public comment portal. That concludes my presentation, and it looks like Kent is done. Does anyone have any questions before I hand it back to Madam Chair?
Trying to raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Is the public map drawing tool, is it using the same data that we're using in the map drawing tool that we're doing in our meetings here, or do they have different data?
They have the same data, yes.
Okay.
We work directly with MGGG lab out of Tufts University and provide them the same data that your map drawers are provided.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Are you ready, Kent?
Yes, so we're semi-recovered. What I do know now is 27, the number is fine. I don't know why that showed up differently. What we do know is there is a mismatch or a misalignment of geography that is causing these districts down in the District 2-1 area to basically not calculate correctly. In other words, a VTD line, the CCD line do not align, and it causes errors. So with that said, we can kind of work around it. And when this error pops up, just kind of work our way through it. Fred's working on it right now, try to get a workaround. It's not it's beyond really our control. So we're trying to figure out a workaround.
Okay, will you share your screen so we can?
Always wanting to see what's on my screen. Okay, here we go. So 2 is in 2 parts. 8's up here hanging out by itself. 4 and 3 are at least in the ballpark. I guess technically, if y'all want to be, plus or minus 2.51%, 5%, 4 needs to come down a handful of people. And I see something hanging out right here on 5. I probably should fix. But anyway, Commissioner Lett.
In 1, is this the one that I worked on, Kent?
No, Commissioner Curry, it is not. This is
That's
the
okay.
original early version with Commissioner Lang's 5 and 6 change.
All right, thank you.
You're muted, Steve.
Sorry. How many are in the unassigned area now?
I mean, at some point, the unassigned area, that quantity, that 33,000 people, well, 31, I think it is, needs to be brought all the way down here. There's no getting around it. I mean, you can put some in 5, some in 8, some in 9, some in 4, but it's coming here eventually in one way or another.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, we wheel around to get it down there. Right?
Do what?
Wheel
Yeah.
around to get it down there.
Sounds good.
So we've got 31,000 and two, both twos together have how much?
It's down, they have a total of 58,372. They're short 33,240.
Okay. Let's start moving the unassigned down to 2. And however, the most expeditious way to do that, I'll leave up to you.
All right, well, what I'm gonna do, if it's up to me, and I would just start kind of like what Brittany had was, you know, put a chunk of it into 4, maybe a chunk of it into 8, maybe some of it into 9. And of course, they'll all be over. So then they're down here where we can work with it.
Sure. Why wouldn't we put, can we put it all into 8?
You can, but see, right, but you see how, okay, we'll put it all into 8. And start there. Mhm.
I can't, before we do that, can we get the neighborhood overlay up?
Yes. Actually, it's up there now. It's those red lines.
Red.
I just haven't, I didn't turn on the names.
Yeah.
And they were black. So, and that's not right.
Yeah, you got the names up there now.
Yes, and I think they're whole neighborhoods as of right this moment, but I'll assign it and then
They are.
closely add it. I'm gonna turn off the population numbers.
Now I'll ask.
Now I screwed it all up, but anyway, I'll fix it.
Juanita, can you see those names?
Yeah.
Okay, does it make sense to put all of that in with 8? Understanding that when we get down to the south of 8, we're going to take a lot of numbers out, but it would leave those neighborhoods in with 8, which Martin Park, Pilgrim Village, Highland. Would those go together without causing a riot?
It may cause a small riot because they're quite a little distance away from Finkel and Dexter. You know what I'm saying? They're a good little ways from Finkel and Dex. The upper across this black line is, I'm very familiar with those areas, and I'm very familiar with the ones up under there, like Dexter and all those, but they're quite a distance away. They're not in the same neighborhood. at all. Brickdale and Palmer Woods and all those, that's right off of Woodward. And Dexter is right off of Dexter and Joy Road. And they're quite a distance away. So I don't know if they would be contiguous.
Well, I mean, the change we made, they're contiguous now. We're gonna take off on the south end and put that in with 2, I guess.
With 2?
Yeah, we gotta bring 2 up and make 2 contiguous. We've got it split now. So I'm just generally asking if that would make sense to put the northern neighborhoods in together, then move the numbers down to 2. See, 2's down there at the very bottom. And
Yeah, I
it's
know where
split.
2 is.
Yeah.
I don't know, Steve, I don't think I would kind of do that.
I
Not
think,
way
Steve,
down with
sorry,
2.
this is Commissioner Kellum. I'm having connectivity issues. So that's what I was saying when I originally was working in that district. The northern part of 8 is fine. You know, Palmer Woods, the ones that you named, those are okay.
But they-
Ideally, that district would kind of stop shortly after Highland Park, but it would not go as deep as in the areas that Commissioner Curry said. So even if you put the southern part of 8 into 2, you would still, if
Still a
possible,
distance,
want to get rid of Virginia Park, LaSalle Gardens, because we're talking about New Center area. So just to give you all an idea, New Center area is where we met and the Cadillac building. And then Palmer Woods is by the old State Fair. That's what you're talking about, spanning that big of a distance for a district. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about communities of interest. So if you do that, you just have to know actually what that entails.
Well, understand that the southern part is going to be added to 2, so it's not going to be there.
But it's
right. I get it.
Quite a distance.
It just matters of how much. I would cut 8 in half. I don't know how much of the southern part we're talking about. So I was just giving voice to what ideally would work for a district that involves Palmer Woods and right after that 8, 7 Livernois, Woodward area.
That wouldn't go with Dexter, Steve.
He's saying that they're gonna take that out. I think
Okay.
that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
I didn't
When they
know
get
what you're
down
saying.
to 2.
We've got to come up with 58,000 people to put into 2. So
Well,
we're going
two
to
is
take
down,
a lot of
okay.
people off the bottom. Move them through 1.
Well, you can, gee.
It looks like Kent is on the phone, so maybe he's getting some issue help or something. We have a couple of hands, so Commissioner
Probably
Stoll?
ordering pizza.
The bourbon on the fly. Actually, that was Mr. Hijazi suggesting, one of the things I thought about earlier was taking CCDs or the kind of referred to as the township boundaries and not using them to edit with. That may fix these errors we're getting by not, it will still see the CCDs. I think we just won't, the computer won't be trying to merge the data, the numbers together. Anyway, we'll deal with that here shortly. One of the things, we still have this unassigned over here. Chalfont, Fitzgerald, Marygrove. You put those in 4, or do you put them in 5 and take some of 4 and some of Southern 5 and put in 4? Because y'all are focused on 8, but 4 and 3, the way Commissioner Curry did her edits, she put Melvindale and Lincoln Park into 2. And then, and that took care of 2. And then I think she put Ecorse into River Rouge.
Yeah.
And then the population in 8 gets distributed amongst 1, 4, and 3. That's kind of the way Commissioner Curry did it in her map.
Steve, before you go on, we have a couple hands that have been up, so can we get those? Commissioner Zatella, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just what I was gonna suggest. Number one, figure out what we're doing with that empty segment up between 8 and 5, and then just start taking districts from the bottom of 8, put them into 1, and then take districts from the bottom of 1, put them into 2, and it solves the problem. You're just moving population through 8 down to 2, which is what I think Steve was contemplating.
Yes, I thought that's what I said.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were gonna do.
Commissioner Callahan, do you have something?
I was going to say too, if there's concern about having District 8 go down below Highland Park, as the top of 8 would then be too far from the bottom of 8, you could take part of the bottom of 8 off and remediate the problem down here with precinct 2. But could you also like carve that little corner of 9 off and add that into 8 up on the northern section, and then have 9 expand below Highland Park?
Okay. Okay, Steve, what do you want to do?
First off, answer me this. Where should I put this unassigned area? Into 4, 5, or 8?
How much is in the unassigned area?
It is approximately, hold on. That many. It is quite a few. Approximately almost 7,000.
Can you keep them in 5?
Well, 5 is already over.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking you put them in 4.
In 4, yeah, you can drop them down
And then just,
up
just
under
so
there,
that,
yeah.
and
You
probably
shift
take
all the
some,
rest of them.
or put them in 5 and take some of these and put in 4. It gets down to the
Possibility, yeah.
neighborhood stuff, and I don't necessarily know.
Yeah.
No, that would square up 5.
Yeah, that would make it look okay.
You want to do that for now, and then
Yes.
I agree.
and then maybe take some of these and put in, because 5 is over a chunk, and then something like that. Put those in 4.
Yeah, see what that does to 4.
So 5 now is at 1.15% over. And 4 is like 8,000 over, but that means your population, it's 8 and 4 that are high.
There's just that one little point where you just moved things from 5 to 4.
Okay.
It broke up a neighborhood.
Oh, okay. Okay, this little corner right here probably should go back into 5.
That's
Yeah,
what I would think, to keep the neighborhood.
yeah, keep it square.
All right. Put those back into 5.
What's that diagonal road?
Right here. Oh, right there.
I think it's Grand River.
Okay.
This road here, yeah, that would be Grand River. Route 5, Grand River Avenue, yes. So you come down 8. And like I said, Commissioner Curry put Melvindale with Lincoln Park into 2. And then took chunks of Dearborn, and I think Commissioner Eads said something earlier when she was doing it, taking more of Dearborn and put it in 3, because a significant part of Dearborn is now in 3.
And then you got a lot of Dearborn. Let me leave some of that alone. Let me not touch that though. But I think it would work out okay. Because they're so close. They're almost contiguous. They're contiguous.
I mean, once you get down here, you don't have many options. You can't go across the river. You know, like right through here, it's 2, 3, 1, 4, 8, all together in this general area.
Well, somebody call up Canada and see if they take some.
Okay, Steve.
Too cold in Canada. It's much warmer on your side of the river.
Well, put what Juanita did back, I guess that's a good word to say. See where that
Okay.
leaves us.
Okay. If I remember right, this is about how it went. Don't want to do blocks. Precincts. Oh. So I think that all went into 2. And E-course, if I went into 1.
River Rouge.
I think that's the way it was, because this is
Did you
E-course from River Rouge. And
Yeah.
2 is now good. 3 is okay. 4 is high, and 8 is still high, and 1 is real low. So that still doesn't look right, but
So we still need to put some of 8 into 1.
And
Final.
4.
it's just, you know, you just kind of made room for it. And
Mhm.
Okay. Where's 8 at on there? So I can see.
8 is behind all the neighborhoods there. This is
And
the,
could you change the color of either 7 or 8 since they butt up against each
yes, they did. I'm gonna change 7 to something different. So, you know, you got 8 high. 7 could take some of it. You know, it's on the other side of the county, 8 mile.
How many we got in 8 now?
8 is 30,000 high.
And 1 is how low?
20, round it up to 20. But see, something isn't working right, because 4 is also 8,000 high. There again, I think the table we've hit another error in there, and it's generated, because those numbers don't make sense to me.
Is there something down the list that we're not seeing that's low?
Well, we haven't touched anything, so it shouldn't be. That's the thing.
Shouldn't be.
You know, because we're looking at, you know, we're 37,000 high in 2 districts, while we're 20,000 low in 1. Well, 11 and 12, that's what the problem is. 11 and 12 are 3.51 high low and 3.63 low. That's, you know, it all adds. 10's also 2.77 low. So 10, 11, and 12 are all on the low side. And by the time it gets over to 8 and 1, you know, it's added up to 6, 8, 9%.
All right, here's my question. If we're looking at 8 and looking at 1 and adding, split the difference 25,000 into 1 and taking 25 out of 8,
It's still
how
won't
would
do it.
that look to make that sawtooth on the northeast side of 1, what would that look like to get to take
What I'm,
8 and
what I'm
even
saying
that
is
out?
you can't do a straight trade between 8 and 1 and have it balance out. Other districts have to take some of it. You can't, you split the difference, there's both going to be still 6 or 7% over.
Okay, but that's a start.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is 10, 11, and 12 are all, 2.77, 3.51, and 3.63 low, percentage wise. So just a couple of precincts, or neighborhoods going across.
So you,
Suggestions, anyone?
I thought
Commissioner
you were.
Callahan and Commissioner.
I want the 1, I want to take out of 8 and put into 1 along that crooked line and try to even that line out.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay.
And Commissioner Callahan, did you have something? You're muted.
I think Commissioner Curry's already said this, but District 8 is just huge, right? It goes from the top of Detroit almost down to the river. So it seems like the whole bottom of 8 needs to come off and give what you need to 1, and then swing the rest of it back around up to 12 and 11. And whatever other one up there was short. I can't remember which one. There was another one up there that was short 10, I think. So it's like almost the bottom half of 8 needs to be distributed around in both directions to even up those numbers.
Yeah, I think that's where he's going. Commissioner
And
E.
Juanita, maybe you have a suggestion for where it might be nice to cut section 8 off at, maybe
Right here.
below Highland Park or something?
what is this right here?
Whether you put that into 1 or
8, what?
or 11, or I don't know. That's the southern tip.
What is this?
That highlighted area is the very southern tip of District 8. It actually is touching the Detroit River.
No, but I guess I mean the name. What city
Okay.
or precinct or whatever this would be called?
That's Corktown, Hubbard Farms, Mexican Town. That is those neighborhoods there. West Side Industrial.
Mexican Town is like almost downtown.
Yes.
So where's downtown Detroit at?
This is downtown right here where I circled.
Can't you kind of move it a little bit this way into downtown Detroit or somewhere?
That could go to 11, or it could, like, North Corktown is an 8, and then
Or,
here's
or
Corktown.
take it that way, because both of them are kind of adjacent to each other.
Yeah. So you get North Corktown and Corktown.
Yeah. Either way.
You could, I don't know.
Corktown and Mexican Town are not that far from each other.
Yeah, they're all Hubbard Richards in between them.
Commissioner E, do you have something that could help this?
No, I mean, I think what Commissioner Callahan is saying is, and I think what Commissioner Kellum said earlier is true. I mean, this is a massively large district. mean, you're going from essentially where I am right now in Woodbridge to all the way up until the county border, which is a lot, but that's not why I had my hand up. I'm confused at these numbers. How did we take a whole township out of District 3 and District 3 still is okay on population? Because you took Melbourne out of 3, but
Yeah, and I don't see how, I don't understand how he did it. And that's what I was saying about the numbers didn't make sense to me earlier.
well, we need to make sure the numbers are right. That's what we're basing these decisions on at the moment.
Yeah, 3 is going to be.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, we took Melvindale, you took it out of 3 and put it into 2. That's a significant population, but 3, the Dearborn district,
Dearborn is like 3 times the size of Melvindale, though.
So really, we took 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 or 13,000 people out of here. And where did we add them in? I thought we were going to add them in up here. All right, we got to rebuild these numbers. Give me about 10 minutes to do it because now I know what to do, and I'm going to change the config so it shouldn't happen again. Okay. We really don't have any other choice.
That's all you need is 10 minutes, Kent? You sure you don't need more than that? We can just stop.
Well, I say 10, that actually means 20.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 4:30. What time were we supposed to stop at 6?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me do this and I'll get back as soon as I can to let you guys know.
Okay, thank you. Director Woods, do you happen to be ready to share your report with us yet? You're on mute.
Please give me a few more minutes.
Okay.
It's strange how those numbers are all off.
I'm not sure I see the point of continuing unless we can trust the numbers, since the whole process is to get the numbers right.
Right.
No, one thing, this is too long. I can't sit this one.
Commissioner Orton, if there's some glitches with the software, maybe we can just end the meeting and I can get my report tomorrow.
Okay.
That way I want to make sure I have better numbers so the commission knows exactly where we are.
Okay.
But as the commission did do last week with regards to Kristen Taylor, she's available and on board.
Great.
There's been a contract that's been drafted that's been looked over. We updated the contract that we had before and had a contract reviewed by local counsel. And so Kristen Taylor is on board and she's on board at a rate of $30 an hour.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any questions, I can take those
Okay,
at this
Rebecca.
time. With regards to my report, then I have a couple more items.
Okay.
Does Commissioner Zatella and Ede have a
You're
question?
muted.
I didn't have a question as to Edward's report, just a question about the map. So when he's done, I'll hold until then.
Okay.
Commissioner Ede, did you have a question?
So is the is the public comment portal open for submissions right now? Can people submit?
That's what she said.
Yes, Sarah Reinhardt did say that. Okay, second thing if anyone has not gotten back to me with regards to arrangements for Detroit next week, I need you to get back with me ASAP. We're trying to get all of that knocked down. I also need you to respond to an email from Kristen Taylor with regards to dietary restrictions. So if you have any dietary restrictions, if you can email her back ASAP, we're trying to get all that nailed down as well for tomorrow. And then the court order does require us to have a public hearing after we submit the maps on February. And so we have to have it done by February 23rd. So we'll probably need to look for a date. I will bring a recommendation at our meeting on Thursday. And then also at our meeting on Thursday, I'll be working with our local council to provide you with a draft for your consideration for the proceedings. And then comment within a week later so that people have time to look over it. And so that will give Commissioner Eda the week that he needs prep to provide whatever response he would like to provide to the commission. So once again, we will provide a draft this Thursday for the commission's consideration. We'll vote on it next week and go from there. And let me see if I'm missing anything else. That's it. So once again, if you have not gotten your lodging rates, get those to me. And please, please, please respond to Kristen Taylor as it relates to dietary needs for food. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, so with respects to the maps we worked on today, this is probably more for Sarah, but are these maps going to be available on the, I think it's MGG portal, or are they going to be available on the draft maps portal that was run by EDS that we previously used?
Great question. I'll converse with your executive director to iron out how we did it last time. With issues we're encountering with the software, at this point, I'm not entirely sure if they'll be available tonight or not, but we'll certainly make best efforts to get those to you. And I'll discuss with your executive director where we're going to post them for public access and commissioner access as well.
And I think Kent mentioned that they were going to be emailed as well, the shape files. Is that still kind of the plan, or are you just waiting to see based on software issues?
Kim Brace is on the line, Commissioner Zatella. I think that'd be a better person to answer those questions since he has the contract. Mr. Brace, please.
Yes, I'm attempting to contact Fred and Kent and Ryan to get a better idea in terms of the issues. We were working in terms of getting the files together to go to both Sarah as well as the site that we're hosting. And we're working to see where we are on that side too.
Thank you, Mr. Brace.
Mr. Brace, if you can make sure I know so we can alert the public through our social media channels. I've already gotten a media call with regards to that as well. In terms of it being available, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Commissioner Callahan.
I'm wondering, is there a naming convention for the maps? So I'm looking out, they're named after trees, hickory, chestnut. Then there were numbers 1, 2, and 3. What's the convention? How do I find them and kind of categorize the maps that are there?
Sarah, are you going to answer?
Sure. So the tree names that you see were for I believe the definition would be draft proposed maps that were more final versions created in 2021 for the commission to vote on for adoption. The tree names were selected because those are trees that grow in Michigan. So we wanted to provide those special names because it would be easier for the public to comment on them as opposed to saying map 1.16.24. They could say the hickory map. For these draft maps that you all are working on, because they're going to be evolving over time, we've developed a draft map naming convention, which is included in the mapping process and procedures, but I'm happy to also copy it in the chat. And that's kind of how we keep track of which draft is which. So I'll make sure and connect with Kent so we can get those appropriately named. And I also track the different versions in my log that I keep as you all go. So we can keep track of which draft is which.
Okay, so the names that we use today, 1, 2, and 3, those are just temporary names?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so when we come back tomorrow, Steve can continue his turn with the map. And are there any announcements from the commission? Commissioner Callahan, I assume your hand is just still up.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't need
Okay,
it.
Commissioner Eid.
Just that we made some good progress today. Good job, everyone. Let's try to keep this energy going.
Okay. So as the agenda items are completed and we're kind of at a stop still, and we have no further business that we can complete right now, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, raise, or is there any discussion? No. Okay. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at 4:35 p.m. Thank you, everyone.